Warning: some contents may be disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised. I had a childhood friend who turned my life into a living nightmare, and I'm just going to call him R. We met at primary school, and we got on well straight from the get-go. We ended up going to the same middle school and high school. It was great because we both got along very well. We used to walk home together, and sometimes we went to school together in the mornings. My parents didn't even complain when I had him over. We weren't dating or anything, but I guess that it could have looked like we were. I didn't see many other girl-boyfriend combos at my school, and he was to me a very good friend. Because he was such a good friend, I told him when I entered into a relationship with another boy. I was nervous of telling him. I was thinking, will he make fun of me or will he support me? How is this one going to play out? I told him, and initially, he didn't react much, but later that day at lunch, he punched through a window. I felt awful, but I didn't know if he did that entirely because of me. It was after that point that R's behavior began to drastically change. He became very clingy and needy. He would stick by my side every break we had between classes. He would wait for me in the morning and after school, and every night he wanted to come to my house. It wasn't just in person. He was bombarding me with emails, texts, and calls every single day. If I didn't reply, he would send even more. I am older now, and I can see how naive I was being every time I replied to him. I should have just cut ties. Well, that's hindsight for you. I shouldn't have given him the oxygen that he needed to continue. Things started to get pretty creepy when I would wake up and I would see him right outside our house. I took the advice of some of my female friends and I confronted him one morning. I said to him, "Hey, you know I said I had a boyfriend, right? So maybe we should keep a little distance between us." And the second that I said that to him, he flipped out. "Why? I am the one who has been with you this entire time. I understand you way more than he does, and I appreciate you more. So why him? Why not me?" Then he turned to try and put his arms around me, but I saw it coming in the nick of time. After that, he would appear whenever my boyfriend and I went out on dates, and sometimes it felt like he would try to sabotage them. Whenever my boyfriend would come over, he would turn up at my house and start ringing the doorbell. I didn't know how to deal with someone like that at that age. He was relentless. I swear, one time when my parents were out and it was just me and my boyfriend, R tried to break in. I heard several thuds and bangs coming from the front door. He would do other things too. He started spreading lies, specifically ones about my boyfriend at school, and it seemed like he was hell-bent on breaking our relationship. Things went downhill for R. He stopped going to school so much when he realized that he wasn't going to break us up. And apparently, he gave up on going to college too. He still harassed me though, only digitally. I quickly learned to block all unusual friend requests and all the weird emails. I heard a rumor before I left my hometown for college that he wound up in a mental asylum. I can't put much faith in that rumor though. I hope that isn't the case because even though he turned into a crazed stalker of a friend, he was at one point my best friend. After graduation, I rented an apartment with a boyfriend that I made at school, and I still live with him. I really don't know what happened to R, but I often think to myself that he's still out there. I try not to share too much personal information online. He was bad as a teenager, and he could be worse as an adult. When I was at university, I had a good friend who was really good looking, but she never had a boyfriend or showed any interest in men. I was very curious about this, so I asked her the reason why I never saw her with a boyfriend. She said there was 2 reasons why. She told me that she had a boyfriend in high school who became obsessed with her, and when she couldn't take it any longer, she spoke to him about mutually ending the relationship. But he exploded with rage and then attacked her. And the second reason was, before university, she commuted to school on the train. One day, she found something in her bag, a mysterious sealed envelope. She guessed that someone slipped it in her bag on board of the crowded train. The letter was very simple. It only had a few words. Love at first sight. It was a creepy kind of love letter. It wasn't addressed to her, and it didn't have her name written on the envelope, and it really creeped her out. Thereafter, she found a new letter in her bag each week. She said that she did nothing to encourage these letters. Since this freaked her out, she decided to quit traveling to school on the train. A few days after she stopped commuting, she received a phone call from a number that she didn't recognize. Oh God, she thought. This is freaky. She didn't answer the call but saved the number as stalker. A few days passed. She set up an answer phone service to see if the stalker would leave a message, and she was surprised to find that they did. Her hands were shaking as she listened to the message. Why did you go away? Why did you leave me? She said that she began to develop a fear of leaving the house and then a fear of men. It took her years to recover from the fear instilled in her from not only her ex-boyfriend, but the train stalker too. And once she had her confidence back, she attended university. I wanted to help her get a sense of trust in men again, as there are so many good men out there. I knew that I was meddling, but I wanted to help. So I thought that I would invite her to a party with male and females attending. I floated the idea to her, and she reluctantly accepted. The day of the party arrived. I invited some of my best friends and male friends that I trusted. I warned them all that my friend was nervous and asked them to be on their best behavior. My friends understood and promised to make the atmosphere great for the party. The party was held by our college mentor, and I was so proud of her because she spoke to a man for the first time in a long while. They had a lengthy conversation, which was really good to see. The guy she spoke to had the exact same taste in music and the movies as she did, to the point where they had the same favorite song. They even came from the same area. They could have talked all night because they had so much in common, and I felt like it was fate that brought these two together. But when the party was over, he asked for her contact information. I knew this would be a big step for her, and I could tell that she was happy with this, but she was too shy to show it. She said to me after the party on the way home, "I'm so happy. I can fall in love like anyone else now." And I was so happy for her, and I felt just as excited as she did. A couple days later, she received an email from him. She was pleased, as you can imagine, and I respected him for taking things slowly. After about a week of emailing, she came running into my room to tell me that he had invited her on a date. The day of the date arrived. My friend didn't want to be late, so she left her home in plenty of time. He sent an email stating, "I'll be there shortly. I'll let you know when I arrive." And my friend decided to wait in a cafe for him. The cafe was crowded, so she emailed him with her number and asked him to call her when he got there. And about 15 minutes passed and her phone rang. It's him, she thought gleefully as she pulled out her phone. Stalker was displayed on the screen. Her heartbeat rose. Old familiar thoughts of fear crept forward from the back of her mind. She calmed herself and told herself that, "I'm okay. My boyfriend is coming, and I will be safe." And she decided to be brave and answer the phone. "Hello?" she said. "Hi, I'm here. Where are you?" It was the voice of the man that she had met at the party, her new boyfriend. There was no mistake. He must have been the one who put the letters in her bag on the train. She called me as she was leaving, and all she said was, "I have no luck with men." She escaped that letter stalker with the help of her friends and colleagues, and I don't know what they did, but they made him back off. I am shocked and somewhat in awe at the stalker's fascination and persistence with my friend. I wish that he had just left her alone. This happened when I was in my 3rd year of high school. I went with my family to a huge mall in the neighboring town. I went off to look around by myself, and I first went to the stationery department. I was enjoying myself looking at all the display cases and the new products. Then, on my left, a person approached. I moved in closer to the shelves to allow this person to pass. I am sure that you have all been in this situation. It's really just common courtesy, isn't it? But he didn't pass. I felt something bump into my back. It was him. Then he passed by. I knew I gave him enough space to pass without touching me. So why did he do that? I didn't really understand at that age, but I guess I do now. Either way, I felt pretty weird about it, so I just went to look at the CDs. I held the new CD by one of my favorite artists in my hand. As I was checking the track list, after a little while, I sensed a presence again. There was a guy to the other side of the CD rack facing me. You know those display cases? They are usually in music stores or video stores. And I thought the guy was just looking at the displays on the other side of the rack. He didn't move at all though. So, after a while, I looked up and that's when I realized that he was just staring at me. Even when our eyes met, he didn't look away. He didn't even blink. I couldn't maintain eye contact with this guy, and he was seriously weirding me out. My heart started to beat faster. What the hell are you doing? Why are you just staring at me? I couldn't bear it anymore. I had to move away. I pretended to look for another CD. I didn't want him to think that he or his creepy behavior had affected me. And after a while, he came over again and stood close by again. And there he was, staring. In that moment, I realized that he must have been the same guy who nudged into me in the stationery aisle. He was wearing the same kind of clothes, and it was clear that he was following me. I felt so gross. I remember standing by the CDs and shuddering. I didn't know what to do, but I thought that if I ran for it, this guy would run after me. So I decided to leave as calmly and quietly as I could. I kept going for a while and I didn't hear anyone following me. I did not dare to look over my shoulder to check. But still, as I continued to walk through the store, I didn't get the feeling that I was being followed. What was this? Did I make a mistake? Was this all a misunderstanding? I started to feel that it was all my fault. I was going up the escalator in search of my family, and that's when I saw that man again. He was going down as I was going up, and he saw me. Our eyes met, and he started running backwards up the escalator. It wasn't a misunderstanding. It looked as if he had been looking for me, and now he was running to get close to me again. I started running. I wanted to get back to my family. I wanted safety. There were people all around, but they didn't know what was happening. By some wonderful coincidence, when I got off the escalator, I saw my family there, and I have never been so relieved in my life. I didn't tell them that I thought that I was being chased by some weird guy who must have been at least 10 to 15 years older than me. I don't know why I didn't tell them. I guess I didn't want to cause a fuss. "Can we go home soon?" I said in a weak voice. It was great timing because it felt like they were heading home soon. I didn't want to see that guy. I knew that he must be somewhere on this floor. He could be anywhere, and I was incredibly anxious. Then, I heard a voice from behind as I walked along with my family. "You're lucky you weren't alone." And I guess I am lucky. About 7 or 8 years ago, I was living alone in the Chiba countryside, going back and forth to university. My apartment was on the second floor, and it was tiny, narrow, and dirty, but I liked it at that time. It was really fine for me. I met a guy at uni, and we started dating. It was a good time. About half a year passed, and I was living next door to a good-looking office lady. I noticed one day that someone had left a strange-looking note on the wall on the small window next to her front door. Let me explain. In the hallway of that building, at the top of the stairs, there is a frosted window that belongs to her apartment. At about head height on the right-hand side, about 70 centimeters by 40 centimeters. My boyfriend said, "What's that about? Maybe we should ask her the next time we see her." I asked her about it, and she said that she didn't know who had put that on her window. She said late one night, she decided to have a little peek through that window, and the second that she looked out the window, a face appeared, and it really freaked her out. It frightened me too. She said that she stays at her boyfriend's apartment most nights now. I mentioned to her that if she ever didn't feel safe, or if anything happened, to knock on the wall and let me know. I told my boyfriend that too, and he said that he would come to help right away. I chatted with her in passing, time to time, and she said things had gotten worse. She was planning on moving out of the apartment block, and eventually she did. Then, things started happening to me. When I was home alone, in times where I would be doing nothing but lying on my bed, I would hear this metallic tapping sound against my door. Since my apartment is tiny, you can easily see the door from the bed, and once I was looking over, I saw the door handle gently turning as if someone was trying to quietly open the door. I didn't know who it was or what was going on. "Huh?" "Keep calm," I told myself, and it was quiet. For some reason I called out, "The door's locked." And I heard heavy thuds against the door that shook the glasses in the kitchen cabinets. Now, I was freaked out. The thudding stopped eventually. Was someone trying to break in? So I called the police, and they offhandedly told me to beef up my security. That doesn't solve the problem though. Something else happened again when I was on my own in there, and I remember that it was the end of January. Someone was trying to open the door, but this time, a lot more violently. My whole body went rigid, and thank God that I locked the door. Somewhere I found the courage to creep over the door. I wanted to get a good look at the person who was doing this, and someone was stood there. It was a guy. He had a bucket hat, pulled way down low to cover his eyes. My skin broke out in goosebumps, and I was terrified. I wanted to get as far away from the door as possible, but that wasn't easy to do in my tiny apartment. I ran to the other side of the room and I called the police again, sobbing uncontrollably, just into the phone. "Are they still there? Can you go over to the door and check again? Are they angry, do you think?" the cop said. That really made my blood boil. "Are you for real? Can't you hear the banging?" I tried to keep my composure and not go off on him, and did as he requested. And I checked and he was still there, which sent me into a panic again. Even though there was a police station 5 minutes from my house, the policeman I spoke to told me that it would be out of his jurisdiction, and I pleaded with the guy, and he said that he would send someone to look over my place, and they showed up 40 minutes later. Luckily, I called my boyfriend, and he came from his part-time job, and he arrived long before the police came. He got me on the phone to them and asked the officer, "Does she have to be dead before you come and check it out?" I half smiled at this, but the reality hit home. The person trying to break into my room was long gone. It's true. In Japan, the police won't do a thing until someone dies. I hate the police here. I'm so sorry to say that, but that's how I feel. The third time something happened, my boyfriend was in my apartment with me, thankfully. We were washing dishes in the kitchen and also drinking tea, and he suddenly felt a chill, and I felt cold too. Then we both asked at the same time, "Are you cold?" He then asked me if the window was open. I looked in the direction of the window near my bed and I saw it was open a crack. Then, I saw one human eye staring right at me. We must have stared at each other for about 10 seconds, and I tapped my boyfriend's shoulder, and I was too scared to speak. My boyfriend understood the message and ran towards the window chasing after the weird guy. However, that creep had a mountain bike positioned ready down below my window and then got away. We couldn't have got down the stairs quick enough to chase him, living on the 2nd floor and all, and I saw him speeding away as I looked from the corridor. One of the fences below my window had been broken, which was probably how he was able to climb up the window. By the way, my bathroom is near the door of my apartment, since it's a tiny place like I said before. I always had to make a short naked run to my dressing room across the hall, which makes me think that this is why this guy had broken a fence and fashioned the ledge to stand on and peer at me. Well, it's just my guess anyway. I applied for other apartments immediately after that incident. I didn't have a job though. Also, shortly after this happened, my boyfriend and I broke up. We didn't have a big falling out or anything. I just kind of fizzled out. I was glad that we were able to move on without any hard feelings, to be honest. We decided to split up over coffee one evening. He said that he had to tell me something before we parted ways though. He told me that he thought the stalker who had been messing with me had been doing the same to the woman who lived next door to me. I kind of guessed that already, to be honest. I was joking, trying to lighten the mood by saying, "Well, I lost a boyfriend, but I gained a stalker." And he went deathly quiet. "I was really scared when that guy was staring at us in your room that night. There was something I didn't tell you, but I probably should have told you. When I saw that guy getting on his bike, I noticed a huge knife in his hand. I'm so glad that he was there at that time that the creep came, because who knows what would have happened to me. I was able to move house, and my ex even helped me. He said that I could call him anytime that I was frightened too, but I haven't been scared once in my new place. What was the purpose of that guy messing with me? What did he want? To rob me? Was he a stalker? Or was he planning on doing something a lot worse? I think about it all the time. I don't ever want to be in that neighborhood again. Thinking now, that metallic tapping sound that I heard against the door could have been that knife that my ex mentioned. I don't like to think about that kind of stuff at night. In case you are wondering, the apartment is still there. So, someone was following me home yesterday, and now I don't want to leave the house. I'm a 15-year-old female, and I was walking home from the store yesterday, and I saw a black box car drive past me extremely slow, and the man in the car clearly was watching me. And when he fully passed me, I saw him watching me in his rearview mirror. I thought it was weird, and I slowed down my pace so that I could tell if he was waiting for me or he was just a slow driver. He was still driving extremely slow, but moved a little when he saw two guys riding past on bikes. He then moved to the edge of the short street we were on and then waited there. I was still towards the beginning of the street, so I acted like I forgot something and I turned around to get out of his sight. I waited and kind of peeked out to see if he had left. And when I saw he was gone, I continued walking. I didn't think that it would happen, but I made a mental note that if I saw the car behind me, it meant that he circled back around. After I continued walking, I made 3 turns and was 3 turns away from my house. When I was walking up a little hill and almost at the 4th turn, I looked back and I saw the man at the corner that I had just turned on, letting me know that he circled back around to find me. He sat there watching me continue walking until I got up the little hill and then turned the corner. Then as I had just barely made the last turn and was close to my house, I saw the man's car just turn the corner up the street, straight across from the way I was walking, just waiting there. I pulled out my phone to call my mom and I walked the other way, and he left soon after I pulled out my phone. My mom came out and walked with me back to the house, and I didn't see the car for the rest of the day. But I kept thinking, he knows what neighborhood I stay in. What if he comes back? What if the next time he comes back, I'm out by myself again? What if no one's home to call? What if he sees me leaving and then comes back when I'm the only one home? I'm so scared that he's going to come back and I don't want to go outside. I don't want to show him where I live, especially because I'm home alone very often. I have summer school and I have to go, but I don't want to leave the house in fear that he might be waiting for me. I am constantly looking out the windows to see if I can spot him, especially since if he was at the store that I was at, then he definitely stays somewhere near the neighborhood. Last year, I, an 18-year-old female, was living in a very rural town in the middle of the mountains. Most small western towns only have one road that goes into the big city. Our road in particular was about 50 miles of empty highway, surrounded only by cliffs, fields, and occasionally a farm. And at the very entrance to this road, once you enter the city, is a huge truck stop / gas station that's always packed. My mom and I were going back home after a midnight showing of whatever movie we had decided to see, and as per usual, we stopped to fill up on gas and get a drink for the long drive. As we were leaving, I vaguely noticed a dingy older Jeep pull out the same time that we did, but of course I didn't take much notice of it. It wasn't weird that someone would be leaving the same time as us. As we started down the pitch-black road, the Jeep kept a steady pace behind us. Again, not weird, until it came flying up past us before disappearing behind a hill. Mom and I just scoffed. We were going 60, but when people knew the roads well, they often drive them at close to 100 even at night. Eventually, we came up to the Jeep from before. It was pulled over, but the back half of the vehicle was in the road, and what was clearly a man's arm waving out the window, gesturing for us to pull over. Of course, we pass it. The man flies past us once more and then pulls over again. He does this once more and my mom and I begin to get very nervous. After passing him for the third time, he flies up and begins tailgating us. He's driving so close that we can't see his headlights in the rearview mirror, and he's honking his horn every so often, waving his arm for us to pull over. And he carries on with this for 30 minutes. Mom and I are terrified, and she's white-knuckling the wheel. I'm holding a pocket knife to make myself feel better. I swore at my own mom for the first time that night, begging her, "Don't you freaking dare pull over." If you've ever seen the movie Rest Stop, this is all that was going through my mind. The road is a dead zone for service, so we couldn't call the police or anyone. The picture of us dead, or worse, on the side of the empty road was the only thing that I could think about. But as soon as it had started, it ended. The man slammed on his brakes, he turned around and then went back. And the ride home was silent, and I ended up sleeping in my mom's room out of fear. The next morning, we had a discussion and came to the conclusion that he had seen two lone women traveling at night and thought that we would be easy pickings, which he would have been right. Some people suggest that he had seen us drop money or maybe a receipt at the gas station and wanted to be a good Samaritan. I think that's ridiculous. Nobody following two women home in such an aggressive manner has good intentions. We moved out of town a few months later for unrelated reasons, but just before we did, the same car was reported following a group of 4 men on their way to work. So, maybe he just likes to scare people. Either way, that night was easily one of the scariest of my life. This is one of those stories that honestly causes me a good amount of mental distress, but it's also one of those stories that I need to tell, either to an audience or a therapist, to get it out of my own head. This all happened back in high school. It was actually the second semester of my junior year. I was a bit of a loner back then and had never really had an actual girlfriend or relationship, and I was frequently teased by my friends for it. Like most high school guys, I had my crushes and girls that I wanted to get with, but none of them showed any interest in me. Until I met Cheryl. Cheryl was, in the best way I can think to describe her, the goth girl in our school that no one else screwed with. She had a clique of friends, and the popular kids would talk about her behind her back, but they never said anything to her face. She and I had spoken some before, and she seemed like a pretty okay person as far as previous experiences with her went. Maybe a bit abrasive, but easy to talk to. I'll never know how it initially happened, but someone gave Cheryl my Snapchat name, and I know this because one night, she randomly sent me a snap that was a picture of a dog, and it said something like, "What's up, loser?" I thought it was one of my friends at first, so I responded with a picture of my Xbox controller. I said that I was playing Halo, and asked who it was. I remember the person had their name set to something like Cherry Black instead of their real name. Immediately, she sends me a picture of herself. I was legitimately confused. I had no idea why she was Snapchatting me. I think I replied with something like, "Wow, you must be pretty damn bored to have to talk with me." And then a pic of myself, just in case she thought that I was someone else. Then she replies and says, "No, I actually want to talk to you." We had a decent conversation over Snap until I was too tired to stay up. She threw in her aggressive quips, calling me a loser every once in a while, making jokes at my expense. But honestly, I didn't mind. It wasn't anything my group of childhood friends didn't do, and she wasn't being malicious with it. From there, we actually spoke a few times at school. We sat together at lunch and started sitting by each other during American history, which was the only class we had together. Honestly, I think I was a bit in awe, because she was actually a really cool person, and she became a really good friend over the couple of weeks that we got to know each other. Then one day, I got a text from her that said, "Hey, you're my boyfriend now." I laughed it off and responded with, "Oh? Is there a guy that you're trying to let down easy and you need a stand-in?" I didn't expect it, but she responded with, "No, I'm telling you that you're my boyfriend now and I'm your girlfriend. We're dating now." It was kind of an odd way of doing things, but I also wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth. She was telling me that she and I were together, and that was that. Obviously, I thought that this was going to be some kind of messed up prank at first, but when I got to school the next day and saw her, she immediately started to make out with me. And I think it was then that I realized that she was being serious. Again, she was obviously a bit more aggressive with it than I anticipated. But hey, I had a girlfriend, and I was no longer a lonely loser. Things went pretty well for about a week. Nothing crazy happened and I was pretty happy. Then, the first red flag came into the picture. I posted a picture on my Snapchat story of myself and my older sister. It was a completely innocent picture that I mostly posted for family and friends for the fun of it. But about 10 minutes after posting it, I get a text from Cheryl with a screenshot of my Snap story and my sister's face circled in red. Like she loaded the picture into the editor on her phone and drew circles around her. The picture had a text with it that simply said, "Who's she?" I replied, "That's my sister." Then she responds, "What's your sister's name?" I was a bit taken aback about how aggressive she was being about a snap with my sister, but I relented and told her, "Her name is Amanda." And about 5 minutes or so later, she responds with "okay" and a smiley emoji. That same night, I got a random text from my sister that said something to the effect of, "Your girlfriend is so cute. You should have told me that you were with her." I asked how she knew and she responds by telling me that Cheryl had added her on Facebook and messaged her, asking her if she was actually my sister. Obviously, I had a problem with this, so the next day I asked her why she did that. She responds by saying, "I had to make sure that you were serious about being with me. Plus, I'm your girlfriend. I should get to know your sister so we can do stuff together in the future." By the time this had happened, we had been dating for around 8 to 9 days, and she was being that aggressive about a snap with my sister. Again, this was my first girlfriend and I was 17, so while this was a bit odd to me, I just let it go because maybe that's how relationships just were sometimes. Overall, things seemed to go alright for another few weeks. Then, there was one day where I was at lunch and talking with my cousin, Anne. Cheryl walked up to us and basically grabbed me and forced me into kissing her. It was kind of strange, but I didn't do much to stop it. Afterwards, I kind of just laughed at how awkward the whole thing must have been for Anne. I cleared my throat and then said, Anne, this is my girlfriend Cheryl. We've been together for almost a month. Cheryl just kind of stared at her and then reached out to shake her hand, saying hi with a very stale tone. Anne could sense the animosity, so she excused herself, and after which Cheryl shifted her angry stare to me and asked me who Anne was. I explained that she and I had been friends since we were kids, and that her mom married my mom's brother, so she was my cousin by marriage. At first, Cheryl seemed to be accepting of my response. Then after school, I got a text from her that said, "I've been thinking about it, and you're not going to talk to Anne anymore." I didn't respond. Fast forward another week, and Anne, my cousin, that I wasn't supposed to be talking to, got a job at a sandwich shop that I was working at, which is what we had been talking about that morning. My boss was a really cool manager, and I was able to talk him into hiring her, and I told him that I would train her. I'd been there a few months, so I was basically assistant manager without the official title. That night was Anne's first shift, and after he got all of her onboard paperwork done, he told me good luck and to call him if I needed anything, and then left. We were about an hour and a half into the shift, and we were slow, so I decided that I would sit down at one of the tables and talk to Anne about how closing shifts work, how to fill out the cleaning checklist, and just the overall basics. We were talking for about 5 minutes before my phone went off, and it was a text from Cheryl. I opened it, and it literally said, "I thought I told you not to talk to her anymore." Obviously, I was confused. We were at work and working. 1, how did she know I was talking to her? And 2, was she really going to be so controlling that she didn't want me speaking with my own cousin, who was a coworker that I was tasked with training? I told Anne to take a few minutes for a break, grab a drink, and that I would be right back. I step out in the parking lot, and sure enough, Cheryl was sitting in her car facing the restaurant. I went over to her car and she rolled down her window. I asked her what the hell she was doing. She told me that she didn't want me to talk to Anne anymore. I told her that I didn't have a choice and that she was my cousin. After some back and forth and a short argument, I just gave up on the conversation and then went back inside. I thought that this was the end of this annoyance, but sure enough, it wasn't. The next shift that Anne and I worked, which was 2 days after this event, I walked in and my manager asked me to come to his office. I stepped in and I could tell that he was upset with me for something, though I had no idea what it was. I asked him what was going on, and he told me that apparently Cheryl had called him and told him that he needed to fire Anne because she and I weren't supposed to talk to each other. She told him some really messed up and elaborate story about how when we were younger, I had sexually assaulted her, that I was controlling her, basically that I was grooming her since she was about 2 years younger than me. I was appalled at this. I obviously told him that it wasn't true, that I had no idea what the hell she was talking about, and that I would be willing to sit in with Anne and she could tell him that it was all a lie. He honestly seemed uncomfortable about this, which was really bizarre to me. He told me that he had temporarily suspended Anne, but that he hadn't told her the reason, and that she would be coming back in 2 weeks, and that I needed to sort it all out before then. I honestly had no idea what I was supposed to do to sort it out, but I agreed, and I just tried to get through my shift. I completely ignored Cheryl at school the next day. She tried to approach me and I completely shut her down. After class and before I had to be at work, I met up with Anne and I told her about what was happening. She was just as shocked as I was about this and asked what we should do. I basically told her that we needed to just ignore Cheryl and that it would help if she could talk to our boss without me around, and explain the whole thing was a lie. And while after this conversation, when I was driving to work, I got a text from Cheryl and it said, "I thought I made it clear that I didn't want you talking to Anne." I'd had enough. I called her. The conversation was quick, but it was pretty much me breaking up with her and telling her to back off and to leave me alone. She then said something that actually gave me chills. She said, "You don't get to break up with me. I don't think you realize that I call the shots." I then told her that she was absolutely nuts and that she needed to get help, and I hung up on her. As I'm sure you can guess, especially with dealing with obsessively crazy people like Cheryl, this is where things started to get worse. That night, while I was working at the sandwich shop, I kept getting weird looks from customers as they walked in, and some customers that were walking toward the door would turn around and leave before they actually entered. Thankfully, one of my friends had decided to come by and get food. He got to the counter and asked what was going on with the woman outside, and I asked what he was talking about. He then proceeded to tell me about probably the most horrific thing that I had ever been told. Apparently, Cheryl was outside and telling people that a rapist worked there, and that no one should support a company that employed a rapist. She was literally telling people as they were walking up that I was a rapist and that I was free because no one believed her. She had been standing outside the entire shift and was saying this to people as they walked up, and I couldn't see her because she was just off to the side of the window. I told my friend to hold on and stepped outside, and sure enough, she was standing there. I asked her what she was doing and why she was doing it, and she started to scream. "Hey everyone, this is the rapist. This is the man that should be in jail." I told her to leave and she just smirked at me and said, "Make me." So I did. I called the police and told them that she was trespassing, and I called my manager to tell him what was going on. The police showed up and told her that she needed to leave, and they came in and asked for my information. And I gave it to them, then told me that she was advised to not return to the property or that she would be arrested for trespassing. Of course, just because she wasn't allowed on the property didn't mean that she couldn't continue to do damage. It was a day or two later when my manager once again called me into his office, thinking that I had taken care of the situation with Cheryl. I went in without thinking anything of it, and when I get in, he had my file on his desk and a paycheck in an envelope, as well as the Google review screen upon his computer. He then proceeds to tell me that he was advised by the regional manager that he needed to let me go. I asked him what was going on, and he then shows me the screen. The store's Google rating had been tanked, and there were a significant number of one-star reviews that mentioned that the store was employing a rapist and that no one should support this business until they fired him. Some of them even mentioned me by name, and my boss basically told me that while he didn't really believe the whole thing, it was bad press for the business and that he had no choice. His boss was telling him to let me go to fix this problem. And in the end, I signed the document, gave them my hat and apron, and took my check. I think the hardest part of this was trying to explain to my parents why I had been fired. I had been working there for about a year and at this point, and was probably the only person that had stuck around for so long. So to tell my parents that I was fired honestly hurt me. I had to tell my mom that I was being fired because my ex-girlfriend was claiming that the store was protecting a rapist and that I was the one being called out as such. I, of course, told her that it was all a lie and that Cheryl and I were never even intimate, and that she was trying to just mess with me. Obviously, they weren't really sure what to do, other than possibly call the police and have them sort it out. But honestly, I'm not even sure if she was committing an actual crime. None of the reviews had her name on them, and she left the property when she was asked to do so. And unfortunately, there was a ton of plausible deniability on her side. My other thought was about whether or not she would be willing to lie to the police as well and have me arrested, then drag it all out into a horrible legal battle. In the end, I just told my parents that I was sorry this happened and that I would try to find another job. Obviously, they were telling me not to be sorry, but I honestly felt like this was my fault. I went to bed and just kind of sank into a bit of a low mentally. The next morning, I woke up to my dad coming into my room and asking if there was anything wrong with the car when I drove home from work that night before. We share the car since he worked an early shift and was home by the time that I needed to go to work. I told him that everything was fine on the way home the night before and asked what he was talking about. He told me to come outside and see. I went with him and come to find out, both tires on the driver's side were flat. I was just standing there and staring at the car, thinking that Cheryl had to have done this. I obviously couldn't prove that it was her, and there was no actual damage to the tires. The air was let out to the valve system, but I had this hunch that this was more of her trying to get to me. I apologized to my dad, but I also told him that I had no idea because all 4 tires were fine when I was driving home the night before. He believed me, but I think my face was showing that I had an idea about what had happened. A few more days go by, and I'm basically just floating through the motions and trying to move forward with things. When out of nowhere, I get called to the guidance counselor's office. I head down and they sit me down. Then the counselor tells me that they got a report that I was suicidal and that I had supposedly told one of my friends that I was going to bring a gun to school in order to do suicide by cop. I, obviously, vehemently denied this. It was nowhere near true, and I would never have ever said anything like that. He then told me that even though I was a good student and even though I was denying it, they would have to send me home for a few days on suspension and that they would have to go through my locker while I was gone, and that I would be required under policy to have my bag searched and walk through the metal detector every morning for a while until they believed that the threat was clear. Once again, I was in a position where I had to explain to my parents what happened since my mom had to leave work to come pick me up from the guidance office. I told her that Cheryl was out to get me and that she was doing everything in her power to ruin my life. I think at first that she was a bit iffy on believing me, but then I literally burst into tears, and I think that may have been what hit at home for her, that something was going on. I told her that while I was dating Cheryl, she was super controlling. I told her about the red flags, about how she flipped out on me for talking to my cousin, and how she freaked out when I had a picture of my sister on Snapchat. I told her about what she did at my work, and how she was the one that filed the complaint with my boss, and most likely the one that had review bombed the store. I pretty much just unloaded everything on my mom because I had felt like my life had just fallen apart over a girl that I didn't even like before she decided that we were dating about a month and a half ago. Looking back, it was all so stupid that it happened like it did, and it all happened so quickly, going from friends to dating to me feeling like everything was ruined. I could see why I was so upset. My mom ended up telling me to take the time off and that she would talk to the counselor about what was going on and that I should just take this as much as a needed mental health break. I agreed, and I decided that I would just sit at home and do nothing for a few days, just trying to enjoy time for myself. But first, for some reason, something in my mind told me that I needed to message Cheryl and try to get her to leave me alone. So I did. I literally texted her and said, "Look, I know that things got complicated between us and I said things to upset you, but could you please just leave me alone and stop doing all of this? I get your point, you're in control, but please just let me be and move on." She replied pretty quick, but it wasn't a good reply. She said something to the effect of, "Okay, I'll move to Ann then. How's that sound?" I immediately contacted Anne to tell her, and she told me that she would keep a lookout. I really didn't know how far Cheryl would take it since, while she hadn't done anything violent or aggressive toward me, she had still managed to really screw things up for me in a relatively short amount of time. And to be safe, I actually called my uncle and explained to him what she had done and that she was now targeting Anne. And honestly, this was probably one of the best things that I could have done. My uncle, my mom's brother and Anne's stepfather, is a bit of a security nerd. He has cameras all over his property and he knows how to protect himself. My warning actually put him on edge and led to what happened next. As expected, Cheryl started to go after Anne and trying to cause her problems. She started by trying to start a fight in school with her by talking shit on me. Anne just told her that she wasn't listening and walked away. When Cheryl tried to follow her, Anne made it to a point to walk toward one of the security guards and stand there, knowing that Cheryl wouldn't do anything. There were a couple of other things that she tried that I honestly cannot remember, but it's not really important. It's more important to know that she spent a few days trying to make Anne's life hell, and Anne wasn't letting it happen. But then, Cheryl made a huge mistake and decided to escalate. The night it all ended, Cheryl had decided that she was going to try to throw a brick through the glass pane in the front door of Anne's house. Unfortunately for Cheryl, when she decided to do this, my uncle was in the garage. And in the garage, my uncle has a screen that connects to all of his security cameras. So he saw her as she was walking up. He was already walking out the side door when Cheryl threw the brick, and he watched her do it, and was less than 20 feet away from her when she did it. My uncle, being the guy he is, immediately drew his gun and told her to get on the ground. He's not a police officer, but he is former military, and he's kind of intimidating that you don't want to mess around with. From what I was told, as soon as she saw the gun in my uncle's hand, she immediately got down on the ground and just stayed there. Apparently, he had scared the hell out of her, and she was terrified that he was going to shoot her. From there, Anne called the police and they came. My uncle told them what had happened and showed them the camera feed, and Cheryl was arrested and subsequently charged. I wish there was more of a happy ending for me, but there wasn't. I didn't get my job back, and I went back to school and went through a month of being searched every single morning. And after that, I moved on and just stuck to myself and those that I knew were close, like Anne. Honestly though, I didn't really mind that things didn't go back to perfect for me. Cheryl got caught doing something that was super illegal, probably got the scare of a lifetime from my uncle, and I honestly hope that this was the point where she decided to turn her life around. I have no idea what happened to her, and I don't want to know. I just hope that Cheryl and I never meet again. For context, I'm a 20-year-old female. I started OnlyFans account over the summer to support myself through school, and things were great until I posted my Amazon wishlist. Amazon doesn't release your address to people who gift you items, but third-party sellers can, and that's where I went wrong. By the way, I'm not trying to promote it here. This is a very frightening story, and I just felt like I should share it. In late July, I got a puppy. One night at around 2 a.m., I took him outside to go to the bathroom. While he was doing his business, I noticed a car parked outside my family home. I saw a figure in the car, and I could tell that they were looking at me, but I couldn't make out their face because it was pitch black outside. Feeling a bit uneasy, I picked up my puppy to take him back inside. And when I started to move, the car parked in my driveway. I sprinted back inside and locked the door, but they never approached my house. The next morning, I went to check the mail and there was an envelope inside to my OF name with $20 in it, but no note. I was currently still at home with my parents, who had no idea about my OnlyFans account, so I didn't mention it to them. A week later, I moved back to my college town to get ready to start school. At this time, I'd stopped posting for the time being until I could figure out how they got my address. I've watched enough crime shows to know that there's a possibility that I could be in danger. I lived in a duplex with a gated parking lot for reference. One morning, I was planning on vlogging my trip to Target because I was planning on starting a YouTube channel in the near future since OnlyFans felt unsafe. When I got to my car, it had been ransacked and my vlogging camera was missing. I know, it's my fault for leaving it in my car, but I was using it the night before, and since I live in a gated area, I didn't think that I would be unsafe. It wasn't in plain sight either. I had it hidden in my glove box. I used the camera to film my content, and the SD card that was in there had all of my unreleased photos and videos. I know they stole it just for the SD card. Well, anyway, this is where the story gets weird. There are cameras outside in the parking lot, so we were able to watch this person break into my car and find the camera. And they didn't touch any of the 7 other cars on the lot. They just knew which car was mine, which suggests that they have been watching me for a bit. After they got the camera, they walked around the duplex until stopping near my window. My bedroom faces an outside street, and my blinds are broken, so it's very easy to see in. I have a curtain, but it doesn't really cover my window all the way. This person watched me sleep for an hour or so, and I have no idea why they didn't try to break in, but thank God they didn't. This person then sold the camera to a pawn shop, and since I knew the serial number, the police were able to find it. However, my SD card was missing. I believe the police are still trying to track them down, but I have broken my lease and I moved to a new place. So hopefully that will keep me safe. So to the guy who terrorized me at my home and my apartment and also stole my camera, let's not meet. I am a female, and I would like to tell you about an experience that I had with my dog at that time. English is not my mother language, so I apologize in advance for any mistakes. It's been about 11 years. It was autumn and night, and I decided to take a little walk around our housing estate with my dog Sunny. Sunny is a black and a big Labrador mix. She's a really good and cuddly dog, but she hates other female dogs. She also has a strong protective instinct and always snarls when she doesn't know or doesn't like someone or something. There were no streetlights inside the settlement. The only lighting was always at the house entrances. There was a small park with small playgrounds between the rows of houses. But, as already mentioned, everything was in complete darkness. That's why Sunny was not to be seen, only to be heard now and then when she is chasing a rabbit into the bushes. Then, it goes without saying that she wasn't on a leash. I only need this when the other female dogs are nearby. Sunny listens to my word and always comes when I call her. So, while I strolled comfortably through the dark settlement and froze my ass, Sunny ran happily through the area and the bushes. I always only guessed where she was because I couldn't see her. I only heard her from time to time. At some point, I noticed a small shadow that was whizzing around me. When I looked more closely, I could see that it was Sunny. She ran in large circles around me and the place where I was, and I thought that she was just chasing something. But the circle she drew grew smaller and smaller. She didn't make any noise, and I went on comfortably because I thought she was having her 5 minutes of being crazy. At some point, I didn't see her anymore, but I went on knowing that she would follow me. Then I heard a sound. Footsteps, but they were not my own. I was startled because they were so close behind me so suddenly. So I turned around, but I couldn't see anything thanks to the darkness. I really got nervous and I called for Sunny because it could have been someone with a dog. Sunny didn't come, and I easily panicked. But then, she suddenly stood in front of me out of nowhere and began to growl as violently as she has never done before. My blood froze because it couldn't be a good thing. And then she started walking straight ahead, growling about 2 or 3 meters, stopped, and at that moment, I recognized a figure completely in black. This person was shocked in front of Sunny and didn't move, and Sunny started barking like there was no tomorrow. The person slowly walked backwards towards the lighted house entrances. And then I saw Sunny bare teeth in front of a young man who was wearing a hooded sweater and probably started to experience the same fears as I did when I noticed him. Because as close as he had sneaked up on me, he couldn't have any good in mind. Since it was too dark, however, he could not see Sunny, and she must have surprised him at the right moment. Sunny started to jump, and at the right moment, the guy let out a scream, and you could hear something falling from his hand on the floor. He ran, and my dog followed. After I had released myself from my shocked stiffness, I called out for Sunny as loud as I could. Until after a short time, she was standing in front of me again, wagging her tail. I took her on the leash and then went to where the guy had dropped something. And indeed, there was an arm-thick branch on the floor that he certainly didn't have with him to throw sticks. At home, it gradually dawned on me that my Sunny did not have her 5 minutes when she circled me, but that she had long since noticed and kept an eye on this piece of shit just to protect me. On one hand, that was creepy, but also a relief. And I was and still am so grateful for this great dog, Sunny. Okay, so last year around this time, it all began. Past circumstance. Last year on a Saturday night, shortly after 1 a.m., I heard someone creep up my staircase. I live in a 2-story home on the 2nd floor. I heard the cracking of the wood steps, and I paused my TV show, and I listened. I hear it some more, then I hear a long pause. Then nothing. But then, I hear my doorknob jiggling. I freak out, and I know it's not the woman downstairs because she's gone for the night. I went straight to the door. I have one of those doors where it's half-glass window. Because I live in a tiny town and my upstairs staircase is covered, so technically, no one can see inside unless they are standing right at the door. And even at that, all they can see is part of my doorway into the bedroom and my hallway. Nothing more. So I had the light on at that door inside, and the outside light was off. So when I went to the door, I couldn't see out of it. I couldn't see who was there. But when I showed myself at the door, obviously the doorknob stopped jiggling. Because I made my presence known, and they could obviously fully see me because my lights were on. I shut the inside lights off real quick as an attempt to see who was out there. But it took my eyes too long to adjust, and as I shut the lights off, I simultaneously hit the second lock on my door. And that's when the person on the other side of the door started banging on it. I couldn't see who it was, and quite honestly, once the banging had started, I bolted, and so did they. So I tried to look out my windows to catch a glimpse of who it could be, but I couldn't see anything. The exit of the staircase is too close to the house for me to have a full view from the second floor, which is really a shame. So I called the cops, and I filed a report, and all was good in the world. I equipped my home with a wasp spray hidden in every corner. I did develop major anxiety over it though. Like major anxiety. I had never ever been afraid to live alone before this, but I have worked through it for the most part and have gotten better since this was last year. I even got a camera that I have at my door that streams to an app on my phone. Ongoing minor issues. In the last couple of months, I have been having issues though. I park in the little lot across the street. The little lot belongs to the church that I live next to. However, I am allowed to park there. I keep finding the sides of my license plates completely bent outwards at a 90-degree angle every morning. I know this because I put them back in place every day, so the plates are flat because you can't drive around with your plates like that. And pretty much every day of the week, I go outside to find my plates bent back. I know it's not the wind, and I know it doesn't happen while I'm driving because I check. My dad, however, has convinced me that it could be the car wash. I get my car washed at least once a week or two, and it's the kind where you just pay a machine and sit in your car. So I just pushed it off. But then recently, I came home to find 3 things on a little shelf that I keep outside my door. 2 small crystal bowls and a little flower pot with a golden retriever on it. At first I thought my sister or maybe my grandma probably just left it for me. I texted them about it, and they both said no, that they didn't leave anything. They both live on my block, so I thought it would be probable for them to just do that. But then, both of them said that it wasn't them. Then, my next thought would be that it's my mom. See, anytime my mom gets me stuff, she leaves it on her front sunroom, which she calls her porch. So, she will always text me a pic of what she got me and say, "It's here on the porch. Get it when you stop by next, okay?" In the next year and a half that I've lived in this apartment, she has never left something on my porch. Also, my camera was dead, so I texted her about it and she didn't answer, which is really like her. If it doesn't pertain to her, she doesn't answer. Also, I'm slightly confused about the golden retriever planter because everyone knows that I'm a cat person, and that's what everyone who knows me gets me. What happened tonight? Tonight, at 1:19 a.m., I was in my bedroom texting my sister when I heard banging on my door again. The lady who lives downstairs is gone for the night again. This exact same thing happened a year ago too. A Saturday night, right after 1 a.m. All the lights in my apartment were on, so they knew that I was home. If they wanted to break in, they could have. If they wanted my valuables, they have 60 hours out of the week every single week this last year to do so. So no, whoever is messing with me just wants to mess with me. I didn't know what to do, and my phone was on the other side of the apartment, and I couldn't get to it without going past the door. So I told my sister through text messaging on my laptop, and she called the cops for me. They arrived and I knew because I saw them searching the property with their flashlights, and I met them at the door. I filed a report and I noped out of there, and now I'm sleeping at my sister's house for the night. But this is seriously freaking me out. Someone is messing with me in a very serious way. They know that I'm home, they know when I'm up, and they know the woman who lives downstairs is gone. They know the camera isn't charged, and coincidentally, These things keep happening when my camera is in charge, which takes hours to do, and I am so paranoid of leaving something charged while I'm asleep or not at home. I don't have any enemies in this area, and I don't really know anyone in this town except for a co-worker or two, my landlord, and my family, who is really new to the area as well. I don't have any ex-boyfriends that's trying to scare me, and I haven't fought with anyone who is trying to get revenge on me. But I should mention that about 9 or 10 years ago, I did have a bit of a stalker situation in which a 55-year-old man who lived adjacent to my job, he came in every day for a year. We never spoke directly or had a conversation. He would leave me notes on my car, and the first one he left me was a 5-page letter speaking about how compatible we were with one another. He mentioned things in the letter that I would speak about with other customers in regards to our compatibility. He even mentioned that he believes that he could sexually please me. Something along the lines of how I am a special person and he has what it takes, and it's the kind of special that most people don't have what it takes. He would leave me crystal and tea cards on my car. Well, anyways, I got a restraining order on him, and he was no longer allowed to enter my job. He would occasionally stare at me through the cracks in his blinds, and that was about it. I moved out of the state and nothing ever happened of it. So, that could be a possibility too. This happened a few years ago when I was bartending in college. I was coming home down a stretch of divided highway at around 3 a.m. when I noticed a car heading towards me in the wrong lane. I doubted myself at first and thought the car was on the other side of the highway, but sure enough, a white Ford sedan passed me at a really high speed. It's worth noting for later that I also drive a white Ford sedan. I was used to drunk or idiot drivers in the middle of the night, so I just pulled to the side of the road and let him pass me. I had a moment of clarity and thought to call the police, thinking that this person could hurt themselves or somebody else. The dispatcher answered, and after telling them which road or exit mile marker I was at, they told me that they would send a car. The state police station was only a few exits away, so I figured that they would send somebody and I would just drive home. As I headed back onto the highway, I noticed some lights a few miles behind me. I live in a more rural part of southeastern Pennsylvania, and traffic at 3 a.m. tends to be truckers or cops. The car gained on me as I was getting up to speed, so I stayed in the right lane and waited to be passed. Instead, they flipped on their high beams, making it uncomfortable to drive, and rode my tailgate. At this point, I thought I was going to be pulled over by the police. I drove a white Ford sedan and had just called about a different white Ford sedan, so I grabbed my registration from my glove box. But suddenly, the car behind me audibly slammed on their brakes and stopped in the middle of the highway. They must have shut off their car because the lights went out and I saw what looked like the same Ford sedan from earlier. But still, I thought this may have been a police car. They had a roof rack, and it could have looked like I was reaching for a gun in my glove box. I panicked, and I called 911 for the second time, and I asked the dispatcher if they had sent a cruiser to investigate. The dispatcher was a little curt with me and assured me that they sent somebody out. Dispatcher said, "We have sent the trooper out to find the car, sir," they said. "I only ask because somebody is following me and they're acting weird. It could be a cop and I think I freaked them out by getting my registration," I answered. "Are you pulled over?" they ask. "No, but they didn't turn on their lights." And the dispatcher once again told me, "Let me try to get the trooper we sent out." As he was talking, the car again sped towards me and stopped inches from my bumper. Again, their high beams were on, and again, they slammed on their brakes. I told the dispatcher, "I'm pretty sure this is not the police behind me." And the car sped to my bumper again and turned their high beams on, this time laying on the horn. Hearing this, the dispatcher asked me what was happening. They said, "What's happening? Did you honk?" "No, that's the car behind me. I don't think it's a cop." "I'll try to get the trooper again, but I don't think that's them behind you," the dispatcher said. For some reason, this was what shook me. Before that, I was thinking that I would get pulled over and maybe get a ticket. Up until then, I was going to the speed limit and trying to avoid getting pulled over. I told the dispatcher, "I don't care if I get pulled over. I'm speeding, and if they get their lights on, then I'll pull over." I started to accelerate, and the person behind me just kept up with me. The speed limit was 55, and they kept on my bumper the entire time. But this time, they were swerving. I tried to signal for an exit and then bail on it, but they followed. And at the next exit, I took the off-ramp and then continued onto the on-ramp, and the car behind me followed the whole time. I thought about trying to go to Wawa, but the dispatcher and I thought that it would be unsafe. He was calm and talking to another person, trying to send police to me. The other person, maybe a supervisor, asked if I could drive to a state police station. Realizing that I was one exit away, I told him that I was coming there, and he said that he would have the troopers meet me outside. As I pulled off to the exit, the car followed me. I blew a few red lights trying to get to the police station, and the car tried to pull into the other lane to pass me or to pull up alongside me. Once the police station was in view, I put on my turn signal, and the car slammed on its brakes again. They turned off their lights and then turned into a parking lot. The story ends kinda anticlimactically as I pulled into the police station and met the troopers. Two of them went to find the car, and I stayed with the third trooper. I thanked the dispatcher and her supervisor, and the state trooper escorted me home after taking a statement from me. I was never called to follow up or testify, so I can only assume that the person didn't get caught. When I was in 8th and 10th grade, I was extremely involved in this small building server. The average age was probably 15 to 17, and I joined a group of builders and I Skyped with them every weekend for hours. We all became close fast and trusted each other enough that we followed each other on Instagram. I became particularly close with one of the builders in my friend group named Peter. Peter was in the same grade as me, and we ended up texting quite a lot. I heard rumors that Peter might have a crush on me. He denied them, which I found laughable because it was the internet and I just brushed it off. Everything was fine for a while until something began to feel off when I talked to him. I was starting to constantly catch him telling small lies. This bothered me, so I figured that it was time to distance myself from Peter, and I stopped talking to him. Cut to a few months later of no contact, and Peter out of the blue texts me that he was going to be possibly transferring to my high school so he can get an in-state tuition for college. Peter's plan is to somehow live completely alone and support himself while in high school. My stomach drops when I read the text, and I know this feels very, very off. I try to be calm, and I tell him that his plan is crazy. I tell him that it's oddly convenient that he chose my random suburb. Peter insists that his plan will work and it's just a coincidence that he is going to my high school. I'm trying to call Peter's bluff and hoping that he is just screwing with me because I cut him off. Peter says that he bought the plane tickets already and is going to stay in my town and visit some high schools in the area. Fear washes over me, and I realize that Peter definitely has some very unhealthy attachment to me. Peter was not bluffing. To my horror, he posted a picture on Snapchat at the airport. Peter asked to meet up while he's there, and I of course decline. Later, I see on his Snapchat story that he is taking a tour of my high school. Peter is taking lots of videos and pictures, probably hoping that I can see. Luckily, I am stuck at home with pneumonia. I spent the next few days on edge, and I was afraid that he was going to ring my doorbell at any moment. Luckily, he was not smart enough to find where I live, and he flies home and does not follow his plan. The baffling part was, none of my old group on the Minecraft server thought that he was doing anything creepy. I felt like I was going crazy for thinking that this was weird. I thought my rejection for this meetup would be the end of it. But about 2 years later, and I just committed to my dream college, I still, stupidly, followed Peter on social media because I wanted some warning if he came to my area. And once again, Peter did. I see him posting in front of the library at my college with a caption saying, "Transferring here is definitely the move." And cut to a few months later, Peter finds out that I had a boyfriend and directly contacts me for the first time in 2 years. He starts asking strange questions like, "Well, will he protect you?" I shouldn't have answered, but for some reason I did. I finally blocked him, and I stopped following him on social media out of fear. He has not tried to contact me since. I definitely made some mistakes because I was young and scared, and I had others telling me that it was not a big deal. So Peter, let's not meet. To start, let me explain myself. I'm 5'7", 113 pounds, and I was 16 at the time of the encounter. And I'm a multi-sport athlete: track, handball, volleyball, basketball, and hockey. And I also have insomnia. This all happened around 2 a.m. on August 10th of 2019. I had been over to my best friend's place because she had just returned home from a vacation and she had birthday presents for me, hoodies and gummies if you're curious. I had spent almost an hour there already and I wanted to head back home soon because honestly, my town is scary at night. Drug dealers, rapists, and murders, you know the deal. So I waved goodbye to my best friend and I started walking down her street. I guess a party had just let up because behind me at the end of the road, about 20 or 30 yards from where I was standing, there were a couple of men walking across the crosswalk. They were both pretty tall, I'm guessing between 5'11" and 6'3". The two seemed harmless at first when I looked in their direction, but soon they came to a stop. They were both looking at me, and at this point, I felt really uncomfortable, so I just kept walking. That's when I overheard what one of them said. "Hey, that's a girl." At this point, I whipped my head around. They were starting to walk in my direction now, and one of the two men had moved over towards the sidewalk where there was no light. I knew at this point that something wasn't right, and I began to pick up my pace. They were still getting closer. I didn't know where the second guy was, but when I looked back, the first guy was still following me down the middle of the road. I think that they were planning to cut me off and try to trap me between the two of them. The minute that I was about 13 yards from the T intersection, I started to run, and that's when the yelling started. "Oh great, now she's running!" I hooked a sharp right and then a left, and I could still hear them behind me. And at this point, all I knew was that I couldn't stop moving. I had to lose them somehow. I was coming up to an apartment building with a small parking lot behind it. There were no lights, and I made a split-second decision to veer off into the parking lot, and I squeezed myself under one of the cars. I don't know how long I waited there. It could have been a minute, but it felt like a lifetime. And I watched the two men run past. They didn't bother to check under the cars, which was definitely in my favor. The minute that I felt that I was safe, I backtracked and I took a different route back to my home. I was too scared to take the main route in the fear that I would have bumped into them. I know, what I'm about to say is stupid, but I didn't go to the police. I wouldn't have been able to give a proper description of the men because I hadn't seen their faces. If there's anything I learned from my experience, it's that no matter who you are, you need to be extremely careful. You can think that part of the town or city that you live in is safe, but that really isn't the case. There is no protective barrier to keep out people with bad intentions. Please, whatever you do, watch your surroundings as if your life depends on it. If I had been listening to my music and not paying attention, I hate to think what could have happened to me. I hope that no one else has to experience the fear that I did. It was almost like prey being chased by predators. And to the men who followed me, let's never meet again. This story happens the end of last year. For context, I'm a 16-year-old female, and what you might guess from the story, I don't live in the best part of my town. Well, on to the story. I had met this guy while playing Overwatch. We'll call him Dave. Dave and I got along pretty well, so we exchanged our Snapchats, and clueless me left my location on. So, for a few weeks, we were just playing video games and staying up late texting on Snapchat. After a few months of this routine, things started to get strange. Dave would send me photos of street signs, starting with a street about a mile away from my house. I was confused, and I still hadn't thought to turn off my location, and I didn't think about it. But the next day, he sent a photo of a street sign that was closer. It went on like this for a while, until he sent a photo of the street a block away from my house. I started to become concerned, but still, I left my location on. A few days later, I got a series of photos. It was dark and late, and the photos were of sidewalks getting closer and closer to my house. Until there was a photo of my house. I ran down the stairs and I looked out the window, but I didn't see anyone. I hid in the bathroom because the last thing I wanted was a photo of me through the window. Nothing happened after this, other than one of those devil emojis were sent, and then I was blocked. If some of you are curious why I didn't tell anyone, is if you have Snapchat, you know that the messages are only open for a certain amount of time. I personally don't know how to do it, but I know that you can change the time that it will show. And he set it to like a minute after opened. And I didn't want him to know that I was screenshotting the conversations. So Dave, let's not meet. This happened a few summers ago. My friends and I threw a going away party for our friend that is going to migrate to Canada. We went to this island and it was during their non-peak season, so that means that we were the only guests there. We arrived at the island just around after lunchtime. A few kilometers away from the resort, there's this small village just near the port. When we arrived to the said port, the resort service vehicle was not there. They alerted us that they were going to be a little late because their vehicle broke down. So, we decided to stop by this small store and bought some other necessities that we forgot to buy in the mainland. There was this group of men around their late 20s that were catcalling us. Our group consists of 5 girls and 4 boys, and one came up to me and asked for my number. I refused politely, and one guy friend ushered me away from him. And thank heavens, our service arrived, but he was still staring at me. And to be honest, it really creeped me out. When we arrived at the resort, it had cottages that were on stilts. You have to climb up a bamboo ladder to get into the room. It was also made from bamboo, just your typical hut. Even the floors were made from bamboo, and the bathroom is separated from the huts and is for common use. We partied, and I got tipsy fast because I'm a lightweight. I excused myself from the group and I climbed up the cottage to change into my swimwear. My friends really wanted to go island hopping. I was also planning to take a swim in the beach and island hop, just to lessen the buzz, But I was not able to change. Since the room just started spinning, I decided to just snap it out. I told my friends to just go without me. It was a long debate because they don't want to leave me all alone, but I insisted that they should go. And after a few beggings, they went on the island hopping without me. When I woke up, it was already around twilight. The resort was quiet. It was a bit dim inside the room. The resort hadn't turned on the lights since the electricity only runs via solar and generator. They only turn on the generators around 7 p.m. I can already feel the hangover, so I used my phone's flashlight to help me see. But then I noticed that the door was slightly ajar. I was sure that it was closed when my friends left. When I was about to close it, the head of the guy from earlier popped out and he gave me that creepy smile and was still asking for my number. I told him to get out, but he was begging for my number. He even used his foot to stop the door from closing. I screamed, and he kept on saying in our language, which translates to, "Come on, ma'am, let's fuck." And I kept on screaming and I called my friends. And what he said made me shiver. He said that my friends hadn't arrived yet. He was standing there for hours and he was watching us. I kept on screaming for the caretakers of the island and I screamed for help. And finally, I saw the beams of the flashlight running towards us. He quickly left and he ran towards the forest just behind the hut. I was shaking to the point that I was not able to stand up. My friends arrived and the caretakers told my friends about what happened. They asked for the help of the caretakers and the local chief of the island, and they went on a manhunt to look for the guy. Sadly, he was not seen. We left the same night and just transferred to another island with a much private resort. "3 years ago, I was living with my then boyfriend in a 1-bedroom apartment in a little mountain town. It was a half-basement unit, so the bottom of all our windows were level with the ground outside. It was also an older apartment, and not all the windows could fully lock. One day, my boyfriend comes home from work while I'm laying on the sofa and immediately runs up to the window near me and looks out of it frantically. He then goes out to look at every other window in the house and then walks around the outside looking in the windows. When he comes back from this confusing exploit, I ask him what the hell is going on and why he's being a spaz. "I think I just walked up on a dude looking in the window at you. He took off as I walked up," he tells me. This was naturally very unsettling, but after discussing it and considering the time of day, it was about 2 p.m. and the number of people out and about around the complex at that time, we came to the conclusion that it was just a curious neighbor or someone passing by happening to glance in. And with that, we forgot about it. If only that was the end. For the next couple of months, odd stuff happened here and there. Someone would knock on the door occasionally, then when I went to answer, no one was there. I'd find things in my apartment that I wasn't familiar with, or things like clothing items would vanish, and I didn't really think twice about any of it until one night. My boyfriend and I were arguing around 1 or 2 in the morning, and we were being a little loud. We were standing in the kitchen face to face. His back was to an open window with the blinds up halfway, and I was facing it. Amidst our arguing, I glanced behind him at the window, thinking that I saw the reflection of my face in it. But the window was open, and it wasn't my face. There was a man with his face pressed almost against the window screen, watching us. Given the fact that we were arguing and it was late, I thought for a moment that it might have been a concerned neighbor walking up to the window to speak to us. A main walkway for the complex was right on the other side of the window, so I spoke to him. "Hello? Can I help you?" I asked a little aggressively, thinking a neighbor was intruding on our privacy. He responded to this by staring, unwavering and cold, right at me. His face did not change expression. He did not blink or move. He just looked right at me in a way that I have never been looked at before or since. In this instant, I also realized that because of the window being level with the ground, the only way this man's face could be where it was if he was laying on the ground outside the apartment or crouched and contorted to look into the window. My heart sank. I buried my face in my boyfriend's chest and I closed my eyes in fear. My boyfriend up to this point thought that I was messing with him. When I buried my face in his chest, only then did he say, "Is there really someone at the window?" I whispered yes to him. He felt my fear and took a moment before he turned around, but by the time he did, the man was gone. It was at this point that I started to think about all the little odd occurrences that I had been experiencing, and I assumed the worst. I filed a police report with his description, and my brother loaded my apartment up with weapons to protect me, or at least inform this peeping Tom that I was armed. After that night, myself, my boyfriend, and my brother were on high alert. There were a couple times when my brother came over that he saw a sketchy dude hanging around, and even one time, he saw him at my window. He tried to follow him discreetly, but the guy took off running as soon as my brother stepped in his direction. The last night that I had an experience with this man, I was sitting home alone on my sofa. My boyfriend was at work at a restaurant about 2 blocks away. He had picked me up from work an hour earlier. We had sat on the sofa together a little while when we got home. Then he kissed me, and left for work, locking the door behind him. After he left, I continued to sit on the couch and on Reddit for a while in silence. After about an hour of me sitting there in silence, I hear a door creak open. It was a small apartment, so to see the bedroom and bathroom doors from the couch, all I had to do was lean a little to the left. I assume it was one of my cats coming out of my bedroom, so you can imagine my shock when I lean over and see the door that's opening is the door to the water heater or closet or small storage space. I look to my right and I see both my cats sleeping soundly at the other end of the couch. I look back to the door and it's still creaking open very slowly. It opens enough for me to see it, a set of fingers wrapped around the door, easing the door ever so gently to open it as quietly as possible. That was gonna be a no for me. I ran my ass barefooted out of the door and into the snow and down the street to my boyfriend's work. I called the cops. When everyone was back to check out the apartment, he was, of course, gone. After that, my boyfriend and I packed our shit and then went to stay with my parents, and 6 months later, moved 1,000 miles away from that town, and that was the end of it. I initially found this sub around that time as I was trying to find other stories similar to mine or people to talk to who had experienced something like I did. I had intended to write my story here eventually, and I figured after this week's events that I had to. I live 1,000 miles away from where all of this happened, so a part of me thinks that there's no way that this person could have found me. But last week, I heard a knock on the front door of my apartment. I was expecting a package, so I figured that it was a delivery driver and I didn't answer, that I just go and get the package later. Then they knocked again, and then again, and the third one made me feel uneasy, so I waited a good 20 minutes to check the door. And when I did, there was no package, no note, no nothing. Someone was just knocking. Although it made me uneasy, I didn't initially think back to my stressful experience in my last town. Then 2 days ago, I went out to get groceries. I have a little patio and I go out there in the mornings to just chill or check on plants a lot, and I've been known to leave it unlocked in the day on accident. I never thought of it as a huge deal until I came home from the store 2 days ago and the deadbolt to my apartment was locked. The deadbolt can only be locked from the inside of the apartment, period. I assumed someone robbed me because I dumbly left my patio unlocked. I called my sister, I called my current new boyfriend, and I waited for people to be with me. And I went into my apartment through the sliding glass patio door. Nothing was out of place, nothing of value was taken. And at this point, my heart sank. Nothing was touched, nothing stolen. Someone was inside my apartment just because they wanted to be inside of my apartment. I told my boyfriend about my stalker, and he is not taking this shit lightly like my past boyfriend. I filed a police report. We checked for recording devices and cameras, and he put Nest cameras up all over the place, and we are on high alert. I really truly hope that this is a coincidence, but if this man really followed me across multiple state lines, there is no one on this earth that I'm less interested in meeting. Hi, for the record, I'm a female. I'm turning 19 this year, and this story happened when I was 15. Oh, and also, I'm from France, which can explain my English mistakes if there is any. When I was a 15-year-old, I just got into junior year. I created my first Twitter account, that I deleted because of this story. Some information. I didn't tell anyone my username, neither my family nor my friends, because I didn't have any. My profile picture was an avatar, so no pictures of me on the account, and as location, I said Paris because I have lived in the suburbs. I didn't have many followers, 20 or maybe 30, and I didn't follow that much people, so my timeline was not really interesting. One evening in October, someone sent me a quite strange direct message. It was a 200-follower account, and the message said, "Hi, my name is Rob. I just turned 17 and I wanted to know if you lived in..." He then mentions a certain place and then adds, "Because I will soon move in and I go to the town high school. I'm looking for friends." The town he mentioned was obviously the town that I lived in. I immediately thought that something was wrong because there was nowhere on my profile that said where I actually lived. But after some time thinking, I remembered of a tweet that I made weeks ago about buses, and I mentioned the city, so I told myself that he just looked it up and found my tweet. His age wasn't shocking because I'm 2 years ahead of my classmates. I was bored, and as he was polite, I answered him. I told him that I indeed lived in that area and I go to high school there. The discussion was natural, and we talked a lot that night, mainly about high school, about the food at the cafeteria, about the teachers, that kind of thing. But as it was getting very late, he tried to interpose some personal questions like, "Do you live far away from the school? Is it a house or in an apartment? Do you live with both your parents? There's 5 of you. You're not often home alone, right?" And I never answered because it was way too shady for me, and unfortunately, he didn't insist. Unfortunately, because if he did, then I would have probably blocked him. The next day, same thing. We talked a lot, and he was still asking personal questions to know me better. So I asked him some too, and he always answered with what seemed like honesty. I still didn't answer the questions about my house though, because he didn't need to know anything. It lasted 2 or 3 weeks, but it was enough for me to develop feelings for him. He was handsome, super kind, and it was everything I needed, because I have been bullied for years and even today. So I still developed strong feelings, but most importantly, blind trust in people who are friendly to me. In France, in October, we have a 2 weeks long vacation, and the day before back to school day, he finally told me that he was coming to my high school because he finally moved in with his mom, and he asked me a place to meet during the morning break. I was so happy and relieved to be able to meet him. I told him to join me in the hall. But when he understood that there would be people around, he said that he would prefer an isolated place because he was afraid that he would not recognize me and didn't want to spend the break looking for me. It was a good excuse for me, so I told him to meet me in the 3rd floor bathroom because we weren't allowed to stay there during the breaks and no one would disturb us. In my head, even though it was a little bit creepy, I still was in the school, so nothing could happen to me. Next day, back to school day, I made myself pretty, I wore my best clothes, and I counted down the minutes. And finally, when break time arrived, I ran to the bathroom and waited. And when he arrived, it was him. He was not a catfish. He looked quite like his profile picture. But I still noticed that he seemed a little bit older than he told me. I thought 20 years old instead of 17. We talked a lot, we got along well, and I was so pleased. And at the end of the break, He asked me to go to the fast food with him for lunch. I said no because I don't have any money, and I always refuse for people to pay for me. It's just my principle. He seemed disappointed, but offered to walk me home after classes. I explained that I have to take the bus, but that he could walk me to the bus stop. He looked disappointed again, but finally accepted. And that's exactly what happened, and it was so great that it quickly became some kind of routine. We met in the third-floor bathroom during morning break, and then he walked me to the bus stop after classes. Surprising fact, I never saw him in the hallways nor at the cafeteria, but I thought at that time that the building was huge, and that there was over 1,500 students in here, so if our schedules didn't coincide, there was no way that we could meet each other. This little game lasted until December, so almost a month and a half. The 14th of December, a Thursday, I complained about how lonely I was going to be that evening because my dad was abroad for work, my brother was always at his friend's house, my little sister was on a school trip, and my mom had to work late that very night. Well, that was very reckless of me, but after weeks, I thought that I could really trust him. That evening, he walked me to the bus stop. We both waited and I got in the bus. I waved at him and put in my earphones, and I had 2 stops before my house. It was about 17:45 and in December, so it was already really dark outside, and as I got out the bus, I had a really bad feeling. There was that very uncomfortable sensation on my stomach, and I felt like being observed. I pressed pause on my music, but I kept my earphones on so that people thought that I couldn't hear anything. And that's probably what saved my life. I lived in a suburban neighborhood, very silent especially at night, with no visibility on the big road that the bus passed in. When I heard footsteps behind me, I understood that I was right. There was someone following me, and he was not well-intentioned. At least, I could hear that he was not accelerating, so he was not trying to catch me up, but I couldn't guess how long it would last. As quietly as possible, I tried to reach for my keys in my pocket, and when I finally pulled them out, I ran as fast as I could. That was the best sprint of my life. I don't know how it worked, but I managed to open and close the door before he could reach me. I then deactivated my alarm, which, by the way, confirmed that I was home alone. And I took a look through the glass panel on the door. It is not a peephole, it is a whole window, so if someone wants to see what's happening inside, they can. Well, it was Rob, a few meters away, looking at me with a really creepy face. He followed me to my home, probably with a car, and he was clearly not here for chit-chat. I still don't know why I didn't call the police. I was totally paralyzed, and we both stared at each other for a minute. And when I took back control over my body, I ran in the kitchen to get a knife, and I got back to the door. He was there too, banging against the door, and I feared for a second that the glass would break, but it didn't happen. That moment, when I was pushing against the door, praying for it not to break while he was kicking harder and harder, it was the longest that I've ever experienced. After maybe 5 minutes, he stopped and got around the house, knocking against every shutter, and got back to the door. He looked very angry, but then my neighbor's car reached my house and Rob ran away, probably thinking that it was my mom coming home. On Twitter, Rob sent me 1,000 messages before I could block him. He then deleted his account, and I thought I was done with his story. But quickly after, some accounts which have just been created followed me. Their were all a series of numbers and the first letter of his name, and as soon as I blocked one, another one followed me. So I just chose to delete my account because I couldn't make it stop. It was too hard to endure because they were sending me dozens of insulting messages. Later, I talked to the people who were supposed to be Rob's classmates because I haven't met him again in days, but not a single one ever heard about a Rob. This guy was never a student in my high school. That is why I have never met him apart from our daily meetings, and that is probably why he seems so old. I never heard about him anymore, and I'm still asking myself what he wanted and what could have happened that night. So Rob, let's never meet again. I was 22, and I was living on my own for the first time when this happened. It was around the mid-90s. I had just gotten off from work around 11 p.m. to reach my apartment building. I could either walk on the sidewalk, it was lit with street lamps, decently trafficked, or cut across this communal garden, which was pitch black and set back from the street. I saved about 1 whole minute of walking time by cutting through the communal garden, but being young and stupid, a lot of times I took the shortcut. Well, that night, I got that weird feeling not to take the shortcut. I kept to the sidewalk, but there's no one else around. When I got past the garden, all of a sudden, this large man pops up from its exit path. There was no way he could have been in front of me or just behind me as I was walking. I would have noticed him. The only logical explanation was he had been hiding in the pitch-black garden. Was it a drunk who had been sleeping it off? No. My body was screaming at me to get the hell out of there. I began walking faster. My dad had taught me to always carry my keys in my fist, with a key pointed out in case that I needed to punch someone. So I had that. But I'm 5'4" and probably weigh 110 pounds. And this guy was tall and big. My only chance was to outpace him. I'm speed walking at this point, and I feel him matching my pace, getting closer. He's breathing heavily, and I feel this angry energy coming off of him. But my apartment building is right there, so I put on a burst of speed, and when I reach the entrance, 2 people are leaving and hold the door for me and him. I don't know why I didn't tell them that I thought this guy was following me. My mind froze, and I was just trying to get inside of my apartment. Plus, I was still trying to rationalize it. Maybe he was visiting someone in the building. Maybe it was all just a coincidence, that I shouldn't be this paranoid. Besides, it took only a couple seconds for them to be out the door, and I had missed my chance. I'm climbing the stairs as fast as I can. It's a 3-story building, and I live on the 3rd floor. He's climbing the stairs too, still right behind me. I get to my floor, which has 4 apartments on the right side where I live, and 4 on the left. I pass by apartments 1 and 2, and he is still right behind me. I stop at apartment 3, where I live, and he stops in front of apartment 4, where I know that he doesn't live. He hasn't said anything, just breathing hard, and I think there's no way that I'm going to open my apartment door and have him push me inside and rape me, or worse. He also hasn't knocked on the door of apartment 4. Worth noting is that the apartments are U-shaped, with mine and my neighbor's door being very close together. So, I bang on my own apartment door as loud as I can, but I yell my neighbor's name. "Hey, Kevin, let me in!" This startles the guy, even more so when my own apartment door doesn't open, but Kevin's does. Kevin sees the guy standing right in front of his door and asks what he wants. The guy starts mumbling something about the wrong apartment, but I have my own door open fast that I am inside my place in a flash, and then locking the door behind me. I grab my cordless phone to call the police, but I hear Kevin through the door telling the guy that he needs to leave, and the guy does. Kevin knocks on my door and asks if I'm okay. I thank him, say that I am, but inside I am still frozen, adrenaline pumping, and scared. I thank him again and I tell him to have a good night, and I lock my door again. I have my phone in my hand, ready to call the police, but then I start trying to rationalize it again. What exactly happened? A guy followed me home, but then said he had the wrong apartment. Are the cops going to care about something minor like that? I try to calm myself down, but I am also berating myself. Why didn't I run the instant that I felt him following me? Why didn't I tell the people we passed when the front door opened that I thought that I was being chased? And worse, why didn't I tell Kevin the second he opened his door and saved me? He could have let me inside his apartment and we could have called the cops together. But because of my stupidity, everything felt so ambiguous and I was questioning myself. A couple of weeks later, I am visiting my grandparents and my grandfather is reading the paper. He tells me that a woman was raped in the apartment building across the street from mine. It was the same guy. He had multiple convictions for sexual assault and had recently been released on parole. Wendell was a panhandler near my college. I always gave him my change when I had extra. Usually, I keep a hard rule not to give money to individuals because I give it to known local charities instead, where I can be sure that the money is going to a specific cause. This one panhandler though, he always sang opera music, quite beautifully all things considered. And even though it was clear that he was begging for money due to poverty and homelessness, and not really busking for tips, I always thought that it was admirable that he was trying to perform a service in exchange for the money. I don't like carrying coins, so I just gave what I could, which wasn't much, barely $1 each time. I would occasionally strike up conversations with Wendell, even if I didn't have any money for him. He liked to make students laugh with funny impressions or jokes, and he was a bit older. I'm an undergrad, and he was probably 40s or 50s. So we'd mostly have quick chats about the news or the weather or whatever, nothing really deep. Sometimes, he would randomly share something so intimate that I would feel obligated to reciprocate with something at least superficially personal. For example, he would blurt out that he almost went to college on a baseball scholarship, but then drugs ruined everything. And I would be like, "Oh, wow, I'm so sorry to hear that. I play volleyball, but not for a scholarship though. So I'll see you around, okay?" Once, Wendell called me over while I was walking with a professor, or my advisor, and I didn't want to be rude, so I just went over to say a quick hello and I introduced my advisor. When we walked away, my advisor was pretty clearly horrified and asked why Wendell knew me by name. I explained our little friendship, and he said the homeless in this city weren't like the homeless in my smaller town back home. Well, I just figured that he was being an elitist, and I think he could tell that I hadn't taken him seriously because after we dropped the subject and just before I left, he reiterated that I shouldn't forge friendships with the homeless population in this city or even give them money because the chronically homeless, the ones on the streets enough that you could get to know them, tended to have a criminal or addictive history. I was surprised because my advisor is usually pretty progressive and compassionate, so I appealed to him with, "Wendell is a victim of a post-capitalist society," and all the other things that I'd learned in his very own classes. But he wasn't having any of it, basically saying however Wendell became chronically homeless, now he was, and I should act accordingly. So my professor strongly implored me not to continue even talking to Wendell at all. I just kind of shook my head thinking, okay, boomer. And if anything, I felt fortified by the warning. Like it was a confirmation that I was a radical doing the right thing, leading a new path, breaking down barriers, bettering the society. I got closer to Wendell and shared more about my life with him. But the very next time that I talked to Wendell, he was really irritable and distant, and I wasn't sure why, until he said, "So, your boyfriend, you two live together or what?" And I had no idea what he was talking about. I said, "What boyfriend?" And he said, "The guy I met from yesterday that you were walking down the street with." And I laughed, explaining that it wasn't my boyfriend, that it was just my academic advisor. Then all of a sudden, he wasn't irritable anymore. He was as chatty as he'd ever been. I probably should have taken that as a red flag, but I didn't think about Wendell much at all then. I only saw him once or twice a week, and only for a few minutes. It was around then that Wendell started bringing me gifts. I'd pass him, and he would have a flower for me, or a metal machine piece. I would never refuse, because I figured that it was a means of preserving his dignity when accepting money, like with his opera singing. One of my roommates did remark on the flower once. When I explained, she said that it was weird. I thought she was also just being an elitist, and I thought I was enlightened, bridging the class divide and superior to her neoliberal paranoia. I mean, come on, it's just a flower. My advisor clocked all this, so brought it up with me again a while later, saying he was worried that I was being manipulated. I tried to tell him about Wendell's opera singing and impressions, and how he even almost went to college. But then I remembered the reason that he lost his baseball scholarship, and I stopped short. Looking at it through that lens kind of made me reconsider the whole thing. I thought about what my professor had said, sparing the details because we did talk for like half an hour, and I finally connected the dots that Wendell did have a history of drug use, and he did sometimes mention how a previous girlfriend was overreacting to something he'd done and had derailed his life besides the drugs. So I decided that maybe I should think about distancing myself a little. But very shortly after, the pandemic hit and classes went virtual. So to save on rent, I went home to my parents' house. It was still in the state, but not near campus at all. About 3 weeks into being home, I was watching a friend's Insta story when I heard Wendell singing opera in the background, and I thought, "Aw, I forgot all about him. Well, I hope he's doing all right." And that was that, and I kept watching different stories. Later that night, something about the story kind of stuck in my gut. It had popped into my mind a few times subconsciously, and I had ignored it, but it kept coming back, so I decided to go and watch it again. That's when I realized that my friend's video wasn't from our college town. It was from my much smaller hometown, which is nowhere near my college. That freaked me out a little bit, but I figured Everyone moved around when the pandemic hit, and my town isn't that small, and it isn't that far from the college, so it was probably a coincidence. I really wanted to mention it to my parents, but they had always warned me against talking to homeless people, so I felt too embarrassed to explain the situation to them, especially since it was probably a coincidence, and I would sound so conceited if I were like, "He definitely followed me, because am I not so great that he's probably obsessed with me?" We have a type 1 diabetic in the family, so we took quarantining very seriously. I figured, I'll never see him anyways. I'm not going out anytime soon, so it really doesn't matter where he is. And nothing happened. Well, one thing. A girl from my high school, who also ended up at my college, called me, and in summary said, "Hi, this is going to sound really weird, but I feel like I should say something. I was downtown and a beggar asked me about you. Like, specifically you. He knew you were on the volleyball club. He knew your major. I didn't tell him anything, but I thought that you should know." I was pretty alarmed at first because how would he know that I know this girl? But once we talked, I learned she'd been wearing a sweatshirt from our college, so I thought about it and decided that he probably saw that sweatshirt and figured that she might know me from college since we were both from this town, and he was just trying to find out how I was doing. I thought that it was sweet, also a little weird, but he was a little weird, and that was part of his charm. I thanked her, but I told her not to worry about it. Besides, I wasn't in town much longer anyways. I decided to go live back near campus. It was impossible to get any of my coursework done with my whole family around all day. So, I went back to campus a while later, and I didn't think about Wendell at all. Until I saw him back on the same corner just a week after I returned to campus. Okay, even I knew at that time that something was wrong. I stopped giving him money, stopped talking to him, but I was so humiliated by how high and mighty I had been, insisting that nothing was wrong and everyone else was being paranoid, that I decided not to tell anyone what I had noticed. I was already barely leaving my apartment, never going on campus, and his usual spot was right by campus. I felt bad about potentially hurting his feelings or reading too far into the situation, but I figured that he would get the message, and better safe than sorry. After finals, I decided to visit my brother. He's in a different state, and his roommate had moved home, so there was an extra bed. So I drove up to his place to celebrate the end of the year and just get away from it all. About the 9th day in, I was woken up earlier than usual to the sound of my brother talking at the door. I got up to see what was going on, because we weren't seeing anyone. We stayed totally quarantined, and his state was being hit hard. My brother was talking nicely to someone outside through a crack in the door, but when he turned, he looked royally pissed at me, and he turned back outside and said, "Hold on here." Closed the door, despite the other guy protesting, but I couldn't hear what he said exactly. My brother immediately got in my face and whisper yelling said, "Mom and Dad are gonna kill you." I had no idea what he was talking about, but my first thought was the cops had come to arrest me for something. It was the only logical thought that I could generate first thing in the morning, and the only thing I could imagine being arrested for was my fake ID. So I was really in shock. But my brother was still going, and as best as I can remember, because I was panicked at this point, he was saying. "And I'm gonna kill you. That is so not cool. You didn't even ask? Well, I wouldn't have said yes anyways, but you didn't even think to ask." I realized that didn't align with being arrested, so finally I was like, "What are you talking about?" And he said, "You're dating a 40-year-old guy? Older? 45 maybe? Of all the people out there, I mean, Jesus, Dad's gonna kill you and then have a heart attack and die, which will kill Mom, and then you invited him to my house while we're supposed to be socially distanced? You two can go to a hotel because he isn't coming in here. I wasn't a dick to him out of respect for you, but if he doesn't leave now, that's gonna change." So I had no idea what he was talking about. None. I hadn't connected any of the pieces yet, because you've got to remember, Wendell was such a small part of my life until this point. I almost never saw him or thought about him, and my whole world had been turned upside down by a pandemic in the preceding few months. He was background noise, faint background noise, compared to all the other stuff that I had going on. So I just said the first thing that came to my mind. "Dude, I don't know why you're getting so mad at me. I don't have a boyfriend. I don't know what you're talking about. Someone's got the wrong house." My brother looked like he was ready to rip my face off. He said, "We're adults. Come on. Don't fucking lie to me. I'm not Mom and Dad. We can't deal with this if you're going to lie to my face." And I said that I wasn't lying, and I think he could tell from my expression and tone that I genuinely was serious. So now, he was as confused and irritated as I was, and he was like, "He didn't just vaguely say he was here for his girlfriend. He used your name. He rattled off a ton of very exact information. I think he said you, yeah. He said you guys had a fight or something, and that he was here to work things out." Now, I've been looking for a boyfriend for a long time, so I was half thinking, huh? Maybe dreams do come true. I might as well see who it is. But I was also starting to feel a bit sick in the pit of my stomach, because it would be one thing if this happened on campus or back home. But I had changed states. My brother moved to this state for school, and I don't know anyone here but him and his friends. So I finally did the obvious thing, and I looked through the peephole. I almost didn't recognize him at first because he had showered, shaved, and changed into clean clothes, and for the first time since I'd known him. But sure as shit, it was Wendell, standing on my brother's doorstep, hundreds of miles from his original corner. I was so scared that I couldn't speak. My heart was pounding like I was slipping under deep water with my legs tied. I just backed away from the door, and I sat down on the couch and tried to collect myself. My brother thought this was my way of affirming that there was really some secret older boyfriend who had just made himself known, so it took a minute for him to cut off his ranting and his dramatic, "what will grandma think" kind of stuff. Finally, he realized that I was tearing up, and he sat down. He calmed down and apologized and said we'd figure it out, and I whispered, still out of breath, "No, you don't understand. He followed me here." My brother still didn't get it. "What? You didn't want him to come here? What was your fight about?" he asked, still thinking the guy was my boyfriend. I managed to repress my panic enough to explain the broad strokes to him, but I don't think he fully grasped how creepy it was in the moment, because he was like, "You're shitting me. That's hilarious. I'll take care of this." He went to the door and called from behind it. "Hey, I just checked. She's not here. She must have packed out this morning, and you should do the same. I'm taking the social distancing real serious." And then he winked at me. That's when, as my brother says when he tells this story, that it got real. Wendell said, "You're lying. I heard her in there. Tell her I'm sorry. I don't know why she's been avoiding me, but I got cleaned up for her, and I'll take her anywhere she wants to go. Tell her that. Tell her. And don't lie. I will know if you lie." That rubbed my brother the wrong way, and he said back, "Bro, you're not taking her anywhere. Now get off my deck before we have a problem." And Wendell sounded like he was walking away, but instead, he was going over to the window. When I saw him staring, he looked different than I had seen him before, even than a few seconds earlier when I glanced through the peephole. His clothes were clean, but they didn't fit our match. Eyes bugged out of his head, white stuff caked on the corners of his mouth, and I hadn't noticed at first. Shaking, just kind of disconnected from reality. He started banging on the window, shouting things like, "That's my girlfriend. You can't keep her in there. You little bitch ass. Let her out, you bitch ass. Let her out. I'm coming, baby. I'm coming." I couldn't tell if it was meant as a threat or a reassurance. I was so scared, but I was too scared to run or even move. I think my brother was almost as surprised by the sudden outburst. He was rolling up his sleeves like he was preparing to go out there, and I was trying to make my voice work to beg him not to. But I was so anxious, scared, embarrassed, and sad that I had missed all the signs leading up to this and all the opportunities to prevent it. That our friendship was never the wholesome thing that I thought it was. I had so many thoughts swirling in my head, fear being chief among them, and all I could do was scream. Not words, just screaming, and I covered my ears to drown the whole situation out. Before my brother could charge out of the door, Wendell punched through the window. Nothing actually happened when he punched through, and there was an eerie moment of silence where nobody moved, and I think even I stopped screaming. But when he pulled his hand back, all hell broke loose. A fair amount of blood started spurting out when he pulled his hand back through the glass. The things he was shouting started to make even less sense, along the lines of, Look what you did to me. This is a test. I told you that I couldn't be stopped, bitch ass." And the look in his eyes got even more distant. I think the sight of the blood, which always made my brother really squeamish, made him realize that this was real, and he finally yelled to me to call 911. While he leaned against the door, which Wendell was now repeatedly running into. I don't even remember making the call, but apparently I did, because within 10 minutes, the police arrested Wendell without resistance, and he kept trying to tell them that his girlfriend was trapped in the house and that he came all the way here to save me. My poor brother was even momentarily handcuffed and had to explain that he hadn't taken me hostage. It was probably one of the most haunting memories of the whole event, as they carted Wendell away for arrest and he started singing opera music. I've learned a lot of important common sense and life lessons from this saga. But most of all, Wendell, let's never meet again. Hi, first of all, I just want to say that English is my second language, so please forgive me if I make any mistakes. As a backstory, I'm from Malaysia, and this story happened in one of the international airports there. I came from East Malaysia, and I was a student at one point of the local university in Peninsular Malaysia. You can't travel to Peninsular Malaysia by land because it is separated by the South China Sea, so of course, the fastest way to get there is by flight. And for some reason, I really like taking the last flight of the night to get to my destination. I usually traveled alone, and I mostly keep to myself as I am an introvert, and I don't really like talking to strangers. And before that night, I haven't really encountered any problems with weird people as the airport tended to be busy, and I always stayed in an area filled with other people minding their own business, and in flight, I would just read or listen to some music. I also tended to just ignore the person sitting next to me. One night, my flight was unfortunately delayed. We were supposed to reach our destination close to midnight, but with the delay, we would reach the airport close to 2 a.m. I remember being frustrated because I know that it will be hard to get an Uber that late. I sighed and then just decided that I would spend the night at the airport and then grab an Uber the next morning to my university. No big deal really, I thought. People do this all the time, so I just relaxed into my seat. I forgot to mention that during the flight, I was supposed to sit in the middle, but when everyone was seated, I noticed an aisle that was empty, so I moved there. This was when I noticed the guy sitting on the window seat was acting kinda strange. He kept looking at me, and he was trying to get my attention, but I just ignored him because I was just tired and I don't really want to have a conversation with a stranger. I just closed my eyes and I pretended to sleep. I remember it was really cold inside and I was thinking about turning the AC off, but I didn't really want to move because then the guy would know that I'm awake and I will be forced to engage in a conversation with him. It was a 2.5-hour flight after all, and I don't want to have a conversation during the flight. Then suddenly, I feel a whole lot colder than before, and I opened my eyes just a little to figure out what was going on. Then I saw that the guy was actually adjusting both the AC from the top of his seat and also the AC from the middle seat to face me. I got very annoyed, but I'm not actually someone who likes to confront people for anything, so I just sucked it up and closed my eyes, even though now I was shivering, and just sort of hugged myself, and I just continued to ignore this guy. I honestly don't know what the guy was thinking doing that to me. I thought he was doing whatever he was doing and wouldn't bother me anymore after that, right? After all, I didn't respond to whatever the heck he was doing, even though I am suffering in silence now from the cold. However, when the air hostess started to distribute the prepaid meals to the passengers, and he noticed that I didn't have any meal when he got his, he suddenly taps my shoulder, and I just tensed up and I looked at him in alarm because I really don't like being touched by people due to some childhood trauma. But this guy just doesn't seem to notice my reaction to him, and he just smiled at me. "Hey, I noticed that you don't have a meal. Aren't you hungry? You know what? You can have my meal," he said, and I was just looking at him before saying, "No, it's okay," and smiled uncomfortably. But he insisted, and he even got me to lower my table and forcing me to accept his meal. Then he ordered another meal for himself and started telling me that he can't eat alone after seeing me. He said he felt sorry for me and that it was in his nature to help people. And then he just watched me eating his meal with a big grin on his face. He didn't even touch his meal after I was done. Now, if the meal wasn't prepared by the airline and it was still sealed, I would definitely think that he put something in my meal. But then I thought, maybe I was just being paranoid Maybe he was just really trying to be helpful, even though I felt extremely uncomfortable and he was being a little forceful. He even moved to the middle seat to be closer to me. He then asked me what my name was, and he told me that his name was Sam and that he worked somewhere in the peninsula. I just nodded, and then he asked me where I was from and why I was going there. I gave him a short but honest answer just to be polite, and when I told him that I was a student at one of the local universities there, he then asked me how I was going to get to my university at this hour. I stupidly said, "Oh, I'm just going to spend the night at the airport. I'm used to it." "What? No, that's too dangerous for a girl as pretty as you," he said before continuing. "You know what? My brother has a place not far from the airport. Why don't you stay with me?" "Oh, don't worry. My sister-in-law is there. You wouldn't be alone. Don't worry. I'm a good person," he said, still with that big grin on his face. I immediately become afraid, and I quickly said no while shaking my head. "Oh, there will be a lot of people at the airport. I'm used to it," I said, but he ignored me and began to chatter happily, not caring whether I answered him or not. At one point, he even asked me if I was single and asked for my phone number, and I just gave it to him, but I was planning to block his number if he tried to contact me or something. He even made a few comments about my looks and how he found me so cute that I looked so lost that he just had to say something to me. At this point, I began thinking about my option. For some reason, I didn't think about approaching one of the air hostesses for help because, technically, he hadn't done anything wrong to me. But I felt scared anyhow. I decided that I would get out as fast as I can as soon as we landed and then ditch this guy. Just to be safe, I don't know, maybe I'm just being an idiot, but I have had several encounters with creepy people before, but it was so bad that my few friends and cousins called me the weirdo magnet. So, no, I'm not taking any chances. After all, I was a first-year student and had just started university, and I didn't have anyone that I can really call my friends yet. So, yeah, I'm very much on my own. So back to the story. The plane landed and I try to get out as fast as I can, but I have a hand-carry luggage and it was slowing me down. Sam was standing behind me the whole time, and once we get on the ground, he actually held my hand as if it was the most natural thing to do. I froze. I was really scared, and I honestly didn't know what to do. I absolutely hated it when people touched me. My family never hugged me, and my very few friends knew that I hated being touched unless I tell them that it's okay to touch me. And this stranger just holds my hand without saying anything. I know that I should do something, maybe scream for help or something, but I just stood there and I froze like an idiot that I am, and I just followed the stranger. Then we walked past the toilet, and I suddenly got an idea. I told Sam that I needed to go to the toilet. At first he said no, that there's no time because his brother is here and we needed to hurry up. But I insisted on going and I said that I really have to pee, and I wasn't lying either. So he sighed and said okay. I got hopeful. Maybe I can escape from this guy. So I started to drag my stupid luggage to the toilet, but this guy stopped me and told me that he can look after my luggage for me. I said no thanks, but he just grabbed my luggage from my hand and told me to hurry up. So I walked to the toilet and stayed there for a bit, panicking. I thought about ditching my luggage and just trying to escape without it. But then I remembered that my laptop was inside that luggage, and it has all the important documents that I needed for my study. I tried to call somebody, but my phone was dead. I started to tear up a bit, and I decided to just ditch my stupid luggage and run away somehow. But I must have taken too much time in the toilet because then I heard someone enter it and call my name. Yeah, it was Sam, and my heart dropped. I slowly got out from the toilet, fully convinced that it was it for me. I'm doomed. Now, you would think that I could ask for someone's help or just approach one of the staff for help. I know that I should. But as soon as he touched me, my skin crawled and I just got really scared again. And since it was already very late and we were really the last flight to arrive that night, there were very few staff around, and those that were working were engaged in something else or were surrounded by other passengers, probably asking for help about accommodation for the night or something. I just watched them helplessly, hoping someone might notice my distress, but everyone just ignored me. While walking towards his brother's car, he told me to tell his brother that I am his girlfriend and just to stay quiet and he'll do all the talking. Then I thought, maybe I could ask his brother for help and just send me to my university instead of going to wherever this guy is planning to take me. But then I started thinking that what if his brother doesn't believe me? I mean, between family and a stranger, who would you believe, right? Plus, maybe I am just being stupid, and Sam was really helping me, even though he was forceful and wouldn't let go of me. Maybe he was just overly nice. Seeing no other choice, I sadly got into the car with them. Now, I'm not good with cars, but I remember the car I got into with these strangers is a black double cabin Hilux, but I didn't see the plate number. So we drove for about an hour, and all the time I was scared and this guy wouldn't let my hand go. I noticed the brother kept looking at me through the mirror, and I was even more scared and uncomfortable. Then they brought me to his condo. I was hoping that there was really a sister-in-law and that all of this was just a huge stupid misunderstanding. But then his brother told me that his wife is not home and that she was visiting some family member and will only be back tomorrow. I really don't know what to think about anymore. So, Sam told me that I can stay in his room and then tomorrow morning he would take me back to my university. I didn't really want to go in his room, but I don't really want to stay in the living room with the two men that I don't know. He showed me his room and then he handed me my luggage bag and I just locked the door. So I just sat in his bed looking at the door and my heart was pounding like mad. For a while, nothing happened. Then I heard a knock on the door. I tried to be quiet because maybe whoever it was will leave me alone, thinking that I had gone to sleep. "It's Sam. Are you awake?" he said in a quiet voice. "I just needed to talk to you for a bit." When I didn't say anything, I heard the doorknob being turned, but I locked it so he can't get in. Then it was quiet again for a bit, until I heard the jingle of a key, and my heart dropped when I realized that he had a key and he was trying to get inside. I hurriedly told him to wait, and I opened the door just a bit. Sam was there smiling at me again. "Oh, I thought you were sleeping. Why did you lock the door?" he asked. "What do you want? I'm tired and I just really want to rest," I told him, and I tried to shut the door, but he pushed the door and prevented me from shutting the door properly. "Sam, please, just leave me alone for now. I'm really tired," I told him, but he wouldn't budge. "Hey, what's wrong? I'm really a good person. You have nothing to fear from me. You can trust me," he said. At this point, I got another idea. I said, "Oh yeah? Then prove it. Give me your IC." "That's a Malaysian identification card, if you didn't know," I said, and to my surprise, he said okay, and he really did give me his IC. "See, I'm not lying to you," he told me. So yeah, I got his card and I saw that his name was really Sam, but that doesn't really mean anything. The card seems legit, but he is still a stranger to me. Long story short, he got inside the room and locked the door behind him. So it was just him and me, trapped inside the room, and he tried to have a conversation with me and tried to get me to sit down with him on the bed, but as soon as he tried to get close to me, I just stood up and tried to get to the door, in which point he proceeded to grab my hand and I tried to get away from him, and I finally screamed and I told him to go away. I don't remember much about what happened next, but the next thing I know is that I heard his brother's voice calling for us and asking what happened, and he was banging on the door. Now I was crying hysterically and I was struggling to open the door while Sam just sat on his bed looking at me, seemingly stunned, as if he didn't do anything wrong. I finally managed to get the door open, and at this point I was sobbing, and I told his brother that I wanted to leave now and that I didn't want to be there anymore. Somehow, I convinced his brother to just drive me to my university. Of course, the gate was locked, and the security guard there told me that I had to walk to my dorm because he can't let any car inside after midnight. And I just said that it was fine, and I walked the rest of the way, but I didn't care. I didn't want his brother to find out where I stayed for fear that they might come back and search for me. I was exhausted, and I remember telling my friends back home about what happened the next day after getting some much-needed rest, and they dismissed it and saying that I was just being dramatic and it was actually romantic. Yeah, they actually thought that it was romantic and that I missed a good opportunity to find a boyfriend. And I was like, what the heck? Which part was romantic? The part where he practically dragged me to come with him even though I repeatedly said no, or maybe the part where he locked me in his room with him? What the hell? Oh, and I still had his IC, but I kind of forgot that I had it with me until I arrived at my room, and I just kind of lost it. I cried silently and I realized that I was still holding his damn IC, and I cried even harder. And because of that, I unfortunately woke up my roommates. I didn't know them that much, but they were kind and helped me, and I told them bits and pieces of what happened to me. But honestly, I just wanted to sleep and forget anything that ever happened. For a week, I lived in terror. I refused to go out of the dorm in fear that Sam and his brother might come back. Sam did text me and call me a few times, asking about his IC, and asked for me to hang out with him and his brother again, as if nothing happened and that everything was just fine. And then he told me that he went to my university looking for me, and I freaked out. I asked my roommates to drop his card with the security guard and told Sam to just pick it up there, and he never came. I blocked his number after that, and I ended up dropping out of the university a few weeks later, but for a different reason, unrelated to this story. I then moved back with my family in East Malaysia. Now, I don't know if I'm actually being overly dramatic about what happened that night, and I don't really care if anyone believed me, but it felt good to finally let this off my chest. And I don't really know what would have happened that night if I didn't scream and convinced his brother to send me back to my university. But Sam, the supposedly good guy, let's never meet again. This all happened very recently. I'm a young woman who works late nights at a bar in a city, but I live in a rural area outside of town. It was a very slow night, so we closed early, and one of the bouncers walked me to my car. I didn't particularly notice anyone following me while I was on the main roads, just a normal sprinkling of cars. I first noticed them when they turned onto one of the super small roads that leads toward the area where I live. It was strange because people rarely pull off onto that road at the same time as me, as it isn't very populated. But as soon as we were on the winding and unlit road, they began to behave strangely. They would flash their bright lights at me, then they would ride my ass until they were practically scraping my bumper. And then, they would suddenly pull really far back. I tried speeding up and slowing down, but that didn't seem to matter. When we came to the first intersection, they turned on their signal to go right, but when I went straight, I watched them in my mirror turn the nose of their car to the right, pause for a few seconds, and then follow me straight. This continued for a while, and at the next intersection, I signaled left and I waited until they did too. But then I quickly turned right, and of course, they followed. I then called the cops and told them that I was headed towards a gas station that I knew to be open, and was the only place remotely nearby that might have people at it, since almost nothing is 24 hours right now. They said that they'd dispatch police to meet me there, and I just tried to focus on driving slowly so that I didn't beat them there. When I got to the gas station, I pulled into the little turn lane, which made the car pause, and then quickly step on the gas and squeal around the corner. I only really had time to glimpse the general look of the car and the driver's face. They were alone, and they were very strange looking. They were incredibly pale, like albino pale, with equally pale hair. They were completely androgynous, at least from what I could see, and they stared at me for a second before bolting away. The police took like 20 minutes to arrive after that, so I just sat in front of the gas station and watched the road for the cars with my doors locked. And then the police said that there wasn't anything that they could do. My original assumption was that it was a patron from work, but we had so few customers that I feel like I would have recognized them. I don't even know why they would have followed me the full hour, only to begin making themselves really obvious. So if anyone has any words of advice, that would be greatly appreciated. Okay, so for starters, this happened in July of this year, and it still freaks me out. I am currently 24 and 23 when it happened, and it was a hot afternoon, and I was going home from my boyfriend's house, who lives about a 15 to 20 minute walk from my home. Since it was a scorching heat, I was wearing bike shorts and an oversized tee and sneakers. And as I was getting about 10 minutes away from my home, I put my headphones on and I decided not to rush, as I didn't want to get there just yet because I was enjoying the fresh air. As I'm going to cross the street, a man in a truck, who was also across the street, began catcalling me, and I just ignored him. And I just waited for the light to change. But as I waited, he began getting increasingly more aggressive and overall just wouldn't shut up. The light changes and I make my way across, but he then proceeds to honk his horn as I'm walking by, and then he says, "Hey, I'm talking to you. Why don't you come with me for the night and I'll treat you real good?" And I immediately told him to leave me alone, and I continued on my way. But as I am walking, he begins following me in his car and keeps trying to get me to go with him. I call my boyfriend and I tell him the situation, and he FaceTimes me to see the car and the person following me. He then tells me to go in a store and stay there. I do as he says, but not even 2 minutes after I walk in, the man walks in, and he was looking for me. He spots me and I immediately go to the person behind the counter and then tell her the situation, and she offers to let me in the back and call the police. I told her yes, and then I waited. He walked up and asked the lady if she had seen someone with my description, and she immediately says no, and if he's not going to buy anything, just to please leave as she had customers. He begins huffing and puffing that he knows that she saw me, and once again she says to leave, and that if he doesn't, she will call the police. Well, that got him, and so he left. About 5 minutes later, my boyfriend arrives and tells me that he's going to take me back to his, as he feels that it's safer. I don't really argue, and then we leave the store. As we walk out, the man is there, and then he looks at us and said, "Oh, so you're just a tease with a boyfriend. Huh, typical." And my boyfriend immediately goes into protective mode and gets in his face and tells him, "If I ever see you again, if you even breathe in her direction again, you'll regret it." And he then proceeds to punch the man in the groin and walks me back to his house. Sometimes, I really hate being a woman. I'm an American currently living in Japan for a few months while my husband works here. I was in a shoe store at a mall all by myself, and this guy came up to me and asked how I was doing. By the tone, I could tell his intentions were gross, so I ignored, and I was going to pretend that I didn't speak English. He persisted and kept asking and asked what my name was. I ended up telling him that I was fine and told him my name, which I regret. Just my first name though, and he didn't tell me his. He asked if I was alone. Ew, I knew it was probably bad news when he asked that. I said no, that I'm with my husband. He looked around and said, "I don't see anyone. Are you lying to me?" Then I said, "No, he's around." Genuinely scared at this point, but I didn't want to make it obvious. I walked to the other side of the store and I pretended to look at shoes. I saw him still on the other side of the store staring at me. He wasn't even trying to make it subtle. He was just standing with his hands in his pockets, looking right at me. And then I noticed, when I move, he would move and never stop looking at me. So I stood near a group of girls in the store and looked back, and he had turned around and I booked it out of the store. I was on the 5th floor and I ran down the escalator to the 3rd one, and I stopped myself thinking that maybe I should act less panic. Maybe I should act like I'm not bothered. And then after a little while, I saw him on the same floor looking right at me and walking right at me again. That's when I went into flight mode, and I got the hell out of the mall, doing full 360s just to make sure that he wasn't around. And I didn't see him again. I know when you're being followed that you're not supposed to go straight home, so I went to another mall and I stayed there for about an hour. The whole time being super aware of my surroundings, and I didn't see him after leaving the first mall. I called my husband to let him know, and I described the guy to him. Apparently, it's a thing over here that this type of guy that was following me usually tries to kind of recruit girls to bring back to clubs to attract guys, and prostitution ties in with it. Apologies if I sound naive, because I am. I don't really know anything about this stuff. I am so grateful that nothing actually happened, that I am still freaked out and by the thought of what could have happened. I am confident that he didn't follow me out of the first mall, but I am still really scared, and I am not planning on going out by myself anytime soon. I feel like I should clear up this detail for context. It was a Nigerian man that was following me, and I guess it's a thing over here that a lot of Nigerian men try to get girls for some of the things that I said above. Again, I apologize for being naive. I'm totally new to this type of thing. I did end up seeing him a few more times on the street that we lived on. There were a lot of bars/clubs on that street. A Nigerian one right next to our building. I don't think he ever recognized me, but we ended up moving apartments because I didn't feel safe there. Luckily, I never saw him after that again. A few years ago, when I, a female, was about 19, I got a job at a hot dog shop. With a phallic pun for a name, in a somewhat shady area, the shop was pretty well known and had some fantastically dark local lore. Rumors that the hot dogs were made out of horse meat and that the whole operation was a front for something less savory, or that we had been closed by the health inspector and reopened illegally circulated. But people kept coming back for our delicious hot dogs. I soon discovered that none of that was even remotely true, but it was fun to gossip. And we'd often give customers ambiguous answers to fuel their wide-eyed morbid curiosities. I got used to the quirky characters that would come by pretty quickly. Some older gentlemen rumored to be involved with organized crime. The occasional nightclub owner, tourist, and many homeless and mentally ill people who we would provide food for too. The community was diverse and sometimes dangerous, but people looked after each other. One shift in the early hours of the morning, I was working the register when a man comes in. He has long dark hair and thick stubble covering over the lower half of his face. The shop is busy and he orders, steps to the side, and keeps chatting to me while other people order. I was used to this. In an area with a lot of nightlife, you get pretty comfortable with drunk ramblings, people hitting on you through slurred speech, and I felt okay as long as I was on the other side of the counter. About halfway through, after telling me his thoughts about all the other men in the shop being posers, but before he started telling me how beautiful I was, the man tells me that he is a chef at a nearby restaurant. Like I said, people look after each other here, so I was reassured, but I gave him a fake name just to be safe. I started seeing him often. It wasn't uncommon to have regulars, some even on the first name basis. But when my co-workers told me that he had come looking for me, asking after me when I wasn't there, I started to feel a little uneasy. Every time that I saw him, he seemed to be more intoxicated than the last. He would walk in and say, "Hey, beautiful," or "Hi, pretty girl," so casually as though it was really my name. It made me feel sick to my stomach every single time. And one night at 2 a.m., I finished my shift, only to step out onto the sidewalk and see him there, and on the other side of the road, waving at me coyly. I tried not to think about how long he might have been there, watching me through the shop's large neon sign cluttered windows, and my manager walked me to my car that night. Not too long after that, it was a Saturday night, and the shop was pumping. Anyone who has worked hospitality knows exactly what I'm talking about. There was a 40-minute wait for French fries. The tiny shop floor was crowded with people who had rolled out of any one of the nearby nightclubs, drug-addled and starving. It was the 3 a.m. rush. A big, bulky man in his mid to late 20s started getting in my face. He had ordered fries and have been waiting for 30 minutes. I kept apologizing, but that just made him more mad. I was desperately trying to plan an escape from my position against the back wall and behind the counter to the front door where I could get a club bouncer's attention and have them come over and sort this guy out. But there was no hope. The store was too crowded. But that's when I hear a sloppy but familiar voice saying, "Leave her alone." My stalker emerges from the crowd. A mere 5'5", he fronts up against the massive man and they start fighting. Luckily, the commotion did catch the eye of a bouncer who ran in and swiftly de-escalated the situation. Shortly after that, I got a more stable job offer elsewhere, and then I moved on. But to my hot dog shop stalker, thanks, but no thanks. I, a 25-year-old female, have recently moved to a new city, which is something a lot of people from my home city are doing. Thus, there is a specific group on Telegram for people from my home city to find some housemates or rental buddies. Ben reached out to me after I posted my expectations in the group, saying that he is interested. He said he wanted to meet up first. I figured that it's a good idea to meet a few times before going house hunting together, so we set up a lunch meeting. During lunch, the only thing that annoyed me is him saying that he hoped that I can lower my budget. I felt like this was a waste of my time, as clearly our expectations weren't compatible. However, things went weird after our lunch. When walking towards the subway station, he kept tapping on my shoulder occasionally. Although I felt the frequency was weird, I convinced myself that maybe that's just how he is in general. Based on our previous chit-chat, I learned where Ben lives, and he is supposed to get off at Station A and then switch to another line, while I would get off at Station B, which is 2 stops after Station A, and then I switched lines to another one. Because I'm quite new to the city, I didn't realize that he had not gotten off at Station A until I had to get off myself. He followed me off and then switched lines with me while trying to start different conversations. One stop before the actual station that I live nearby, I told Ben that I had to get off of here to do some shoppings, and then ready to say my goodbye. But Ben followed me off again and went to the grocery store with me. I kept telling him that he could leave and that I was fine shopping by myself, but he insisted to stay. Every time that I turned around in the grocery store, Ben was standing really close to me, like if he had boobs, they would be in my face. I felt super uncomfortable, and I just grabbed 2 4-liter bottled waters and then went to the cashier. And when I was paying, Ben grabbed my water and offered to take those to the Airbnb that I was staying. I tried to decline politely, but he wouldn't hand me back my water, and I didn't want to have my buddy touch with him, so I didn't try to take the water back with force. And I just kinda let him take those water to my Airbnb. My bad, I know. Ben made his way into the common area of my Airbnb. It was a shared house type, and I didn't even invite him in. Then he kept trying to start more and more conversations with me. At several points, it was completely silent, but he still wouldn't leave. And in the end, after hours, I had to ask him to leave. Days afterwards, he still keeps texting me weird messages, which I didn't reply at all. And after that, I just blocked him, and I moved out of the Airbnb as I didn't want to trigger him when he still knew where I lived. When I was around 15 years old, I was very active in many Facebook art groups, and I got to meet many people online who were often my age and ended up making a lot of friends. They were never from my city though, not even in my own country. So when I finally found someone from my city, I kinda got excited. This dude told me that he was my age. Well, spoilers, he wasn't. He was at least 18 at that moment. And like the dumb kid that I was, I believed him. We talked for 2 months, and I think that he seemed chill. At least, until he started to ask for personal info and pictures of me. And let me tell you, I may be an idiot, but I'm not stupid, and I never sent anything. But my Facebook profile didn't have any, but sadly, my mom did have some pics of me, and I tend to stand out because I am very tall and have very recognizable features. Before continuing, I want to address the title of this story. Why Ronald McDonald? Well, he was very, very obsessed with Ronald McDonald. He had pictures of him everywhere and would share mostly old photos of the suit. But at that time, I thought it was just a joke or a weird aesthetic. And since I've always loved creepy photos, I didn't think much of it. At least until he started to show his clear devotion to the clown. He would say things like Donald was his hero and he wanted to meet him, something that wasn't probable since we don't have a McDonald's in my country. In his mission to get to know me, he asked if I was interested in someone and I said no, then proceeded to ask me if I wanted to be his girlfriend. I, of course, said no. He kept insisting, so I lied and said that I wasn't interested in anyone because I already had a girlfriend. I'm bi, and I was very open about it online at that time. Well, he quickly switched from be my GF to you're a sinner. And that's when I knew that this dude was religious and homophobic as hell. He even asked me if my dad or any man had done something to me for me to like girls more. And that's where I decided to block him everywhere that I could. He tried to contact me from different accounts, but the way he writes is very distinct, so I blocked them too. He would be everywhere. I would join a group for artists only, and he would pop out of nowhere. If I left the group, he would leave too. I would go to conventions with my cousin, and he would be there. I knew how he looked because he did send me pictures of him. I tried to pass it as a weird coincidence, but he didn't even like anime or anything about the conventions, so it was really weird. This went for a good couple of years, and I somehow managed to avoid a physical encounter every time. I'm guessing he could keep track on me because I was still very active in my city's art community. I never post about personal life or my face, but the times I did say something like, "I'm going to this place to help," and then he would be there. Fast forward some years, and I'm attending to an art-related class. One weird dude is my classmate, and I say he's weird because he would ship me with my friend who was also in the class. He would ask very NSFW questions to us like if we were a couple, so I just try to keep distance. One day, the McDonald guy comes to the building. I obviously fast walked to the other side of the building, but apparently, he was looking for the other dude, and of course, they were friends. It seemed that the weird dude would talk about me and my friend with the Donald guy, who clearly knew who I was and was still trying to get to me. The classes always ended quite late, and I had to wait for my mom to pick me up. I'm very calm and quite strong, so I didn't fear being robbed because I had already been in that situation and I know how to deal with it. But the knowledge of the Donald guy knowing where I was 3 days of the week late at night really gave me chills. I know I don't describe him like a dangerous guy, but he has been keeping an eye on me since 2016. I was still a kid, and I swear to Sky Daddy that I saw him walking on the street one night that my mom was late. and then I ran into a sandwich store that was in the opposite direction because it looked like he was approaching me. I finished the classes and I worked there for a little project, no more than a few days, but guess what? He was there. He didn't enter the building, but I could see him walking outside. Thankfully, those days my boss let me stay inside until my mom arrived, so I felt more calm. I see him around the internet from time to time, and I make sure to block him. Well, at least, I'm sure he doesn't know where I live, because I moved recently, so that's a little comforting. So yeah, there's a weird Christian dude obsessed with Ronald McDonald who has been keeping an eye on me for at least 5 years now. I currently go to a large university in Philadelphia, and my school isn't in the greatest part of the city. I'm a senior now, and I've sort of learned to just keep my head down, and most of the people in the area will leave me alone. The one exception that I've had to this was my freshman year. My roommate freshman year was an absolute mad woman, stealing my stuff, threatening to physically assault me, and spreading rumors about me. I generally tried to stay out of my room for the most part to just avoid any interaction with her until I was able to get a new roommate the next semester. As a result, I spent a lot of my time at the library or at other friends' places. A few weeks into my first semester, I think it was around early October, I was hanging out at a friend's place. He lived on the other side of the campus, probably a 15-minute walk from my dorm room, but my path from my room to his dorm never left campus. I had been warned prior to moving into my dorm room that campus was the safest place for students because the locals generally stayed off campus unless they were grabbing food from a food truck. Keeping that in mind, I really didn't mind walking back from my friend's dorm room late at night since the path was well lit, and the only people I saw there were other students. Regardless, it was getting late and it was a weeknight, so I told my friend that I was going to head out. He offered to walk me home, but I declined, saying that I would be fine, which was my first mistake. The walk back was perfectly fine up until I got to a block that my dorm building was on. For context, there was another empty dorm building on the block that I lived on. It was scheduled to be torn down later that year because there was black mold everywhere inside. But at that time, it was still standing and there was absolutely no lights outside of it. There was a courtyard behind the building which I used as a shortcut, which was my second mistake. As I entered the courtyard, I used my phone as a flashlight to kind of guide my way through the space. And as I was nearing the other end of it, I heard someone call out, "Miss!" Obviously, my first thought was, nope, and I just kept walking pretending that I didn't hear anything, and I picked up my pace. But the voice called again and said, "Wait, miss!" At this point, I was nearly out of the courtyard, and there was some light coming from the windows of my dorm building, so I could kind of see what was going on without completely relying on my flashlight. I turned around to see who had been calling out to me, which was my third mistake, and I was met with a man. He looked so ordinary, except for his oddly wide smile and the fact that he was carrying a rather heavy-looking trash bag. "Hey, miss, I have something for you." Nah, I think I'm okay. I need to be getting home," I said. "No, I think you need to see this. Let me show you." He opened the trash bag and reached his hand in. I didn't know what to expect, so I bolted. I ran further from the courtyard and toward the ramp that led up to my building, thinking that I could outrun him, but I was sorely mistaken. Despite the fact that there was about 10 to 15 feet between us, as soon as I turned, his hand was around my wrist. "Miss, I have something for you. I really think you need it." Feeling trapped and unsure what to do, I sighed, defeated. I hoped to God that someone would look out their window and see what was going on, or someone else would be walking back to the building at that late hour and then see us. I wanted to scream, but I was scared that if I drew attention to us, that he would do something that would make me really regret trying to get help. Again, not the greatest part of the city. He smiled at me, like he knew that I wasn't going to try and call out and then let go of my wrist. I didn't realize how tightly he was gripping me until he released it. He took a step back from me and reached back into the trash bag again. My heart was pounding and I wasn't sure what to expect, but it definitely wasn't what he pulled out of the bag. It was a clock, an old digital alarm clock. That thing had to be at least 20 years old, and it was encrusted with dirt, like he literally pulled it out of a junkyard. I was stunned at the sight of the yellow and orange plastic, and after I realized that he was actually trying to give me the clock, I thought it might have been a bomb. "Here, this is just for you." "Oh, I really don't need one. I have a clock up in my room." And I said, gesturing toward the massive building behind me. "This one's different." "What the hell? What's that supposed to mean?" Miss, see, this one has a radio. Pretty unique, don't you think? I bet yours doesn't have a radio function." He smiled. "I mean, mine didn't, but don't most alarm clocks have radios built into them?" I took a step back from him, but as I stepped back, he stepped closer, mirroring my movement. He reached out, presenting the clock to me. I took another step back, and he took another one forward. I knew my back was literally going to be against the wall of the dorm building if I took another 2 steps back, and I wasn't sure where to go. I felt like I had no choice but to go against everything my body was telling me not to do, and just accept the clock. I reached out and noticed that where he had grabbed my arm, it was already bruising. With my hand now outstretched, he placed the clock in my hand. I felt so dirty having it in my hand. I don't know how to describe it, but I instantly felt that I just finished rolling around in the dirt. My arm felt like it was throbbing, and the clock was so heavy. It felt like it was getting heavier with every passing second. I knew it just felt like that because I was freaking out, but it didn't make the experience any less terrifying. I didn't know what to do, and the guy was still smiling at me, so I blurted out, "Oh, thanks," and I spun around, gripping the clock. I took a step away from him toward the ramp leading up to my building, and he took a step back. I decided that this was my chance to bolt for the door. I spun around on my heels and took another few steps before hearing, "You're so beautiful. I love you," called out behind me. I turned back and the man was out of sight. I screamed. I didn't know what I got myself into, but I didn't want to be any part of it anymore. So I sprinted toward the door to the building, dumping the clock in the trash can outside on the way. And I still thought that there was a decent chance that it was a bomb, and if it was going to explode, I wanted to do so in a contained space. Nothing came of the man or the clock other than the bruise on my arm, and it healed completely within a few days. And soon after that, I had sort of forgotten about the incident. I think I just repressed the memories, and I didn't want to unpack what I went through. I still tried to not think about it, And the only reason I'm writing this now is because of my current, not crazy roommate had brought it up a few days ago, and the floodgates of my brain opened, and I felt like I needed to share what happened. Back when I was attending a university, I used to work on campus at one of the dining halls during the dinner or night shift. I lived in the next town over since it was really cheaper to live in a crappy little apartment out of town than to live on campus in the dorms. But I didn't own a car, so I had to take the bus. One night, I had just gotten off a shift at my work. My feet were killing me, and I was completely exhausted. And as I slowly made my way to the bus stop, I noticed a man much older than me sitting on one of the two benches at the otherwise empty bus stop. But I didn't pay too much attention to him. I simply sat down on the second bench, and I listened to some music while waiting for the bus to arrive. The first sign that things were starting to get weird was when I kept noticing out of the corner of my eye that he was staring at me. At first, I thought I might be imagining it, so I looked over and caught him quickly turning his head to look away. Okay, so he was staring at me. This wasn't completely out of the ordinary, since being a young college girl seemed to gain me a bit of attention from older men. So like usual, I just ignored him. That was a mistake. Again, out of the corner of my eye, I saw him look at me. But instead of just staring this time, he got up and walked over to sit next to me instead. I continued listening to my music, hoping that he would see the earbuds and take the hint that I wasn't interested in having a conversation. Instead, this man literally took the earbud out of my ear. "Hey there, sweetheart," he said, as my head snapped to look at him in shock. I should have told him off for touching my things and demanded that he leave me alone, but I was sort of frozen and I didn't want to make him mad. Hi," I replied quietly. He started introducing himself as Mike and telling me that he lived in the area and that it was always nice to see pretty girls like me at the university bus stop. He explained that he was a real man, unlike the boys that I went to school with, and that I should go home with him that night. I was a shy, scared virgin who had never had a man be as bold as this to my face, and I say to my face because I had certainly gotten my fair share of unsolicited private pictures online, but I digress. I didn't know how to respond, so I didn't. But that didn't stop Mike from continuing to explain to me all of the fun things that he wanted to do with me at his place that night. He really got into graphic detail about it. The things he described started out with basic things you'd expect and escalated to him asking if I liked being choked until I turned purple and passed out in bed. I wish there was anyone else at that bus stop, but it was just the two of us, in the dark alone, as I counted the seconds until the bus would arrive. Then Mike took things to a different level of shock by telling me, "Listen, the demons want me to ask for your phone number, and they say you should give it to me, or you won't like what happens." He actually had the audacity to start stroking my hair. His hand was gentle, but I didn't want him touching me at all. This was shocking for a number of reasons. The demons? I wouldn't like what would happen. Why was he touching me? What the hell is this guy talking about? As though he could read my mind, Mike went on to explain. My therapist knows the demons are real. I told her about them, and she says that I'm not crazy and demons are real. He laughed and then abruptly stopped. Now, give me your phone number like they said, he demanded. And as his hand stroked my hair for the last time, he stopped and gripped the back of my neck, still gentle, but even more terrifying. I was scared and obviously didn't want him to have my phone number, but he was taking out his phone and I knew that he was going to call the number that I gave him to make sure that I wasn't lying to him. And also, he still had his hand on the back of my neck, so I reluctantly gave him my real phone number. Stupid, I know, but I was right, and he immediately called to check. All I could think about was not making this guy angry long enough to get away from him, and then I would block his number. And thankfully, the bus came moments later. I sat down as close to the front of the bus, near the bus driver as I possibly could, since the bus was basically empty. Mike decided to sit directly across from me. At this point, I had tried listening to music again, hoping that being on the bus and him having my phone number would signal to him the end of our conversation. However, he decided to reach over and unzip my sweatshirt, revealing my work shirt and also the name tag, which I had unfortunately forgotten to remove in my haste to leave work that night. I hadn't told him my name yet. Abigail, what a beautiful name. Our daughter will be named Celeste. I shouldn't have been in shock at this point, but I was. I'd stopped listening to music again and I zipped my sweatshirt back up, which made him laugh. He said, "You won't be needing that soon anyway." And then he winked at me, implying how he'd planned to undress me even further that night. At one stop, Mike tried to convince me to get off the bus with him, and I told him no, that I was tired and I just wanted to go home. So he said okay and stayed on the bus. I knew that that had been his stop, so the fact that he was staying on the bus worried me. I was sure this meant that he was planning on coming home with me instead. "Baby," Mike whispered to me, and I tried to ignore him, but he repeated himself louder. "Baby." He had the most unsettling smile on his face, and I asked, "What?" He laughed and told me, "The demons say you smell nice." I was terrified, and I felt like I was going to throw up by the time that the bus stop arrived. I lived in an apartment alone, and I didn't want him to know where I lived. Despite my body being exhausted and sore from work, adrenaline kicked in, and I bolted off the bus and ran straight home. I made it inside and I locked the door, and I looked through the peephole and I didn't see him. So I went to carefully peek out of my window and saw him standing near the bus stop, looking around. He took out his phone, and sure enough, I started getting a call from an unknown number since I hadn't saved his number, and I ignored it. When he hung up, I started getting several texts asking where I'd gone, how he didn't like hide and seek, and how the demons just wanted to have fun, but I was being a little bitch about it. I was so scared because he knew which apartment building I lived in, where I worked, where I went to school, my phone number and my name. And the only good thing which made me feel slightly relieved was that he didn't know which specific apartment number I lived in. But that's when he started yelling outside. There were no specific words said, just wordless yells of what I can only assume were frustration and anger. I blocked his number and kept all the lights in my apartment off as I cried with my back to the front door. Maybe I should have called the police, but my brain was so frazzled that I didn't even think of that until the next day. And by then, all I knew about him was that he was a mentally unstable man, probably named Mike, who hadn't actually done any physical harm to me, so I didn't think it was worth it. In hindsight, I know that I made a lot of stupid mistakes during this experience, and I ended up moving away entirely at the end of that term of school for unrelated reasons. But until then, I switched to day shifts at work, and I was paranoid every night. Thankfully, I never saw that man again though. So Mike, the scary guy from the bus stop who tried to follow me home, I never want to meet you or your demons ever again. The story takes place around 2009, and I had just moved to South Carolina from the PNW region. A little bit of a backstory. I had just turned 21, and I was working a full-time job in the medical field, and I had absolutely no friends since I was new to the area. One night, I really got bored, so I decided that I was going to put myself out there. I drove from my tiny town, then to Columbia, SC. It's about a 40-minute drive away, but I knew that's where all the good clubs or bars were. I was specifically looking for a gay-friendly spot. I found myself downtown looking for a club that was no longer there, though earlier when I searched, the internet said that it was. Well, disappointed, I talked with this lady outside a club across the street, and she told me about a chill, laid-back bar with a karaoke in West Columbia. Sounds great, I thought. She gave me directions, and then I headed that way. I passed by a gas station on my way to buy a soda, and I asked a lady if she knew whether or not I was in the right area. Well, it appears that I was, so I drove about 5 or 6 blocks until I made it there. Now, I'm not the life of the party, and I'm somewhat introverted, and was quite nervous my whole time there. I talked with a couple for a bit that was from the area, and I ordered a margarita and smoked my cigarettes watching a Katy Perry drag show. Well, this man walks in. About 5'9", roughly 200 pounds, dark skin, goatee, wearing a white hoodie, jeans and also a red hat. He sits next to me and winks. He orders his drinks and then asks me for a cigarette. Sure, I said. I asked him how he was doing and if he was from around the area. His answers were short and I'm feeling kind of awkward at this point, so I just take it as he's not too interested, and then I turn my stool and I continue watching the drag show. This is when the vibe completely changes. I feel his warm breath in my ear whispering, "Meet me out back my car." And with that, he gets up and then leaves. Now, I'm not very sexually experienced at that point in my life, and certainly not going to blow some stranger in his car inside a parking lot. He didn't even have much to say in the first place, so I stayed for about 20 more minutes. It seemed like there wasn't much of anyone else there my age, and I didn't seem to be making headway as everyone there seemed to be with someone, and I was just alone. I figured that that was about as much as a night out as I was going to have. As I'm leaving the bar and entering my car, I see headlights flash from behind me. A figure arose from the car, and it's that guy. He throws his arms up and he starts running towards me. And I'm not messing around. I put my 1992 Corolla in drive and I sped it on out of there. I remember all the lights were green, which I thought was great, seeing as I was able to get away from that area fast. But oh no, He was right behind me. He continues to follow me. I come up upon that gas station that I was at earlier in the night, and I see a cop car parked outside of it. So I pulled in and I parked. Of course, the dude at the bar did too. He parked right beside me, and I got out and I went inside to tell the police officer that he followed me from the bar and I was feeling uneasy from it. He went outside and found the guy start to pull out of the parking lot. He waved him down, and as the police backup car pulls up in the gas station, they walk over to get a statement. Turns out, the guy had an expired license and a warrant out for his arrest, and when they frisked him, he had a hunting knife on him. I remember the disturbing look he gave me as they cuffed him. I couldn't believe it. I just left, and I was completely lost again. This time, I'm distraught, so it took me forever to get home. Had I got in the car with him, who knows what could have happened. So, guy at the bar, let's not meet again. This happened about 4 years ago, and I was 20 at that time. The first time I met the guy who would become my grocery store stalker. He was standing outside the store, collecting money for the Salvation Army Christmas time donations. I'm a fairly friendly person, so I like to say hi to people who work at places that I frequent to just to be nice. This guy was a kid around my age, very tall, with a mild resemblance to Lurch from the Addams Family. Dark circles, under dark eyes, short black hair, kind of a vacant look in his eyes. I chatted with him for maybe 2 minutes, just idle chit-chat about the weather and whatnot, nothing particularly memorable or interesting. I then waved goodbye and then went home. But little did I know that that single moment would be the start of something that would have me genuinely afraid. About 4 or 5 months passed and I hadn't seen him again. Then one day as I was grocery shopping with a friend, as we were chatting, she suddenly got really quiet and kind of recoiled backwards, looking behind me. I turned around to see this guy who had to be at least 6'4", towering over me, not even 8 inches from my body. He said hi and told me that he remembered me from that December that I had talked to him. He then proceeded to ask for my number. I, being young and never having experienced this type of interaction before, I told him that I didn't have my number memorized, but that I would write his down and that I would text him later. I kind of half waved my phone at him, pointing out my at the time boyfriend whose picture was my wallpaper. I made it a point to say, "Oh, look, this is my boyfriend," to the guy, hoping that he would clue in. But no luck. He told me his number, which immediately upon getting, I blocked without letting him get my phone number. However, what really made my blood run cold was what he said after I put my phone away. He leaned in really close and in a low voice, he told me, "Whatever I text you is for your eyes only." At this point, I started to feel genuinely uncomfortable, and I said, Yeah, sure. Nice talking to you, but we gotta get back to shopping." And I grabbed my friend and dragged her off, shooting a panicked look at her and asking why she didn't bail me out. Apparently, he scared her too with his getting so close to me, and she didn't know what to do. I want to make it clear, I'm not exactly a small girl. I'm 5'8" and solidly built, and I can certainly handle myself, and I very rarely feel intimidated or small in the presence of anyone, either male or female, but this guy made me feel tiny and scared. And in the months that would follow, he would make me feel truly frightened. I had hoped that creepy interaction would be the last time that I saw him, but that was unfortunately not the case. After that initial meeting with him saying that creepy thing about his text being for my eyes only, it seemed like I would run into him every single time that I got to the store. No matter what checkout lane I was, he always seemed to appear at the end of it when I was finished shopping, and every time that I was in a store, I would notice him out of the corner of my eye watching me, no matter what area I was in. One time, I even caught him following me out to my car. And at that point, I got scared and I decided to say something to the managers. After letting the managers know what was going on, they assured me that they would tell him not to talk to me anymore. After that, he wouldn't speak to me, but I would continue to see him following me around the store at a distance every time that I went up there. It got so bad and I felt so frightened that I started to be afraid to go to the store at all. But I am one of those stubborn people who refuses to be intimidated by someone to a point where I will stop doing something. I had just hoped that maybe it was a coincidence that he was following me. After all, it was a big store, and maybe he just had things to do that just happened to be in the area that I was shopping in. So I started to pay close attention to my surroundings. Once I started really paying attention, I realized that every single time I was up there, I would constantly notice him in the areas of the store that I was in. During my last encounter with him, I went up to the store to grab just 2 or 3 items that I needed for dinner that night. I first saw him standing outside the store when I got there, and with his back to me, I quickly ran inside, hoping that he didn't see me. Unfortunately, a few minutes later, I saw him at the very back of the store, and items in hand, I immediately made a beeline towards the front. As soon as I got near the checkout, I ducked behind one of the shelf displays, and I watched carefully at the front of the store to see if this creeper would appear, and he did. I watched as he looked up and down in the checkout, and when he didn't see me there, I saw him step out. At this point, I quickly ran into the nearest open cashier. I rang up my items, and I stuck my head out of the door to look for him. I didn't see him there immediately, so I started trying to make my way back to where I was parked. I was parked a ways away, near the side of the store, where a bunch of other small stores and restaurants were lined up. And as I was walking towards my car, I realized that I saw him standing by the entrance that I had first entered the store through. I ducked behind a pillar immediately, hoping he didn't see me. I watched carefully from behind the pillar, and as he scanned the parking lot, he obviously couldn't find me. After a minute or two, he started to walk out towards the direction of the parking lot in front of the store. And so I took that opportunity to make a run for it to my car as soon as he was far away and that I felt safe. As soon as I got into my car, I locked the doors, and to my horror, when I looked up, he was standing there about 15 feet from my car with a shopping cart in front of him. I knew he followed me, and he knew that I knew. I fully believed that he had chased me after, and when I made it to my car, he grabbed the nearest cart to make it look like he was collecting them. I remember just feeling absolutely terrified at that moment. I went home, and I immediately told my grandfather what had happened. I began crying and shaking, and my grandfather told me to get into the car and that we were going to settle this. He and I drove up to the store in his car, and he walked me into the store and demanded that we spoke with the managers immediately, both of them. When the managers arrived at the customer service area, he then asked me to tell them what had been happening, and he demanded that they ensure that he left me alone or that he would involve the police. The managers swore up and down that they would take care of it. And as far as I know, he wasn't fired immediately, because my friend who first encountered him with me when this whole thing began, she told me that she would see him from time to time when she was there by herself, but that any time that I went with her, she would never see him. I fully believe he knew whenever I was there, only this time, instead of stalking me, he avoided me. Eventually, everyone who knew the situation stopped seeing him there, so I think he may have gotten fired or moved on from that store. Either way, I haven't had any issues since, but I have never in my life felt so afraid of another human being as I did that day seeing him make eye contact with me in that parking lot as I locked my doors. It still creeps me out to think that he was watching me so closely every single time that I would enter the store, and that he could easily avoid or follow me whenever he wanted. So, to the guy who stalked me every time that I went grocery shopping for 4 months straight, let's never meet again. To set the stage for the story, we must go back to the far-off year of 1988. The location is the Cascade Mountains of Oregon. I was 10 years old, and with me was my mom, dad, best friend, and our golden retriever, Amber. We were very much an outdoor family and had many camping trips before this and since. But to this day, when I think about it, I still remember the terror that I felt that weekend so long ago. After a brief talk with my father recently, it kind of came back to the front of my mind. He also was able to fill in a few details that I had forgotten. This holiday was like many others. We packed up the station wagon with everything we would need for a hike into one of our favorite lakes to camp at. To make this trip even more exciting for me, the fact that it was my birthday weekend and I got to pick this lake. After we arrived at the trailhead and got our packs on, my dad got his sidearm out and then strapped it on his belt. In Oregon, open carry was permitted in national forest, and my dad always had a gun on his hip while in the woods, which always added a sense of security to us. Because we had a close call with a bear one time, in which it came in handy. The lake was about a 4-mile moderate hike in through some thick forest, but the trail itself was well maintained and was never busy, so it was going to be a very pleasant hike in. We started off on our hike, and back in the 80s, it was not uncommon to have your dog off leash on the trails in the forest. So we let Amber run and do her thing. She was a good dog and never ran off for too long or even jumped on people. She did love people though, and speaking of people, we had not seen anyone else on the trail after about 2 miles in on the hike, which was really nice since it was just all of us talking, laughing, and enjoying nature. My best friend and I start to hike ahead of everyone else because we were so energized and excited about finding the first and best tent spot once we got to the lake. Amber was bounding ahead of us and having a great time too. We were about 20 yards ahead of my parents when Amber stopped dead in her tracks. I thought she maybe saw a chipmunk or something, maybe a bird, but her hackles came up and she let out the lowest of growls. She never growls, so we stopped walking, and I thought that maybe it was a bear or maybe a deer or something was just off the trail and she saw or heard it. We immediately started walking backwards and my parents got up to us. My dad asked us what was going on and I told him that Amber is up the trail and is growling at something. He tells us girls to stay back with my mom and he walks ahead to where Amber was at on the trail. My dad gets up to her and looks around and I hear Amber whimper a bit while looking off the trail. My dad comforts her and calls her back and she walks back to us. He says that it must have been an animal, but he did not see anything right off the trail or ahead of us. He says to let him take the lead and then we continue to hike. It didn't take long before it was forgotten and Amber and the rest of us were all having a good time again. We arrived at the lake and much to my delight, there was no one else there camping. The water was clean and blue and the shade from the trees made the whole scene just perfect. My friend and I found the best spot to set up our tents and my parents followed suit. After we had camp set up, my folks went off to fish just down the hill and my friend and I took off with Amber to walk around the other side of the lake to catch salamanders. We only made it about 1/8 of a mile when Amber stopped and started to growl again. We stopped and looked around and heard brush rustling. Then right in front of us, a man walked out of the trees. Amber stayed right by our sides and started to bare her teeth. He was taller than my dad, so at least 6'4". He was very skinny but had very broad shoulders. He was clean cut and was wearing black jeans and a white polo shirt with loafers. I mean, he did not look like he had hiked at all or was even dressed for the outdoors. He almost looked like he came out of church. We just stood there, trying to process the situation, when Amber began to bark. The guy just stood there, not moving, and he smiled, like the creepiest smile. It felt like someone who thought that that was what a smile was supposed to look like. Amber kept barking, and this got my parents' attention, and they looked up to us and called out to us to come back. We complied and started to walk back towards them. My dad met us halfway and told us to go back to the campsite and that he was going to talk to this guy. We got back to our camp and my mom sat with us. I could hear my dad asking the guy if he needed help or was a fellow camper who had just set up a camp away from the lake. My dad was being polite and calm, but I could see that he was on his guard and trying to feel out the situation. Now is the time to mention that my dad was an ex-army and can be very intimidating when needed. The conversation continues. The guy told my dad that he was just on a walk and did not mean to intrude on us, and the guy says goodbye and walks back into the woods. My dad walked back to camp, sat down, and then told us that he thinks the guy may just be a yuppie camper and does not know much about the outdoors. But my dad said that he got a weird vibe off of him and would be keeping out an eye for him. And Amber stayed by our side and was calm, yet she kept looking towards the direction that the guy went. A bit more time goes by and we have a nice campfire going and the sun was starting to set. We cooked some dinner and made s'mores afterwards, and my friend and I decided to go to our tent and read some books and tell each other some scary stories. Amber followed us to the tent and laid right outside of the door. My parents walked down to the lake to sit, have a beer and just chill, and they were never more than 50 yards away. But not long after my parents walked away, I hear Amber start to growl. Then we hear footsteps coming from the woods behind our tent. My friend and I turn off our flashlight, and I go quiet to listen. The footsteps stopped at the edge of the woods, and we then hear heavy breathing and a grunting sound. Amber starts to bark, and we then hear the footsteps retreat to the woods. Amber whimpers a bit, and I then hear my parents walking back to the camp. I go out and tell them what happened, and my dad said that he heard Amber barking, and that is why they came back up. I asked my dad what we should do, what is going on, and if that strange guy was the one creeping around. He tells me that he will see about moving camp in the morning, and since we still have 3 days left on the trip, and nothing has happened to warrant just leaving. But he said that we will play it by ear and just be a little more vigilant, and if something changes, we will decide what to do next. He then tells us to try to get some sleep, and we all turn in for the night. The next morning, we get up and have breakfast, and after breakfast, we head down to the lake to fish. It was a beautiful day, and we were having so much fun that the events from the prior day were almost forgotten. We decided around lunchtime that we would go for a short hike to the waterfall that is up from the lake. We were gone for only about an hour, and when we came back, we found our tents opened and our sleeping bags dragged out on the ground. My dad tells us to hang back with Mom, and then he goes to investigate. He comes back and says nothing is missing, but it was not an animal that did this. He says that we should break camp, hike back to the car, and find another spot to camp for the next couple of days. I could tell my dad was not wanting to frighten us, but I heard the urgency in his voice. I was very disappointed, but if it meant that we could enjoy the rest of the trip and not worry about some creep messing with us, then it was worth it. We broke camp and started our hike back. Dad was in the lead, and we were double timing it, and then we made it back to the car in record time. As we walk over to the car, we see that one of our tires was flat. Not a big deal, we always had a spare, but when my dad bent down to start taking the lugs off, we swore it was not just flat. Someone slashed the tire. Dad changed the tire in record time, and we threw everything into the car, and he goes to turn the car on, but it wouldn't start. Dad swears, gets out of the car and pops the hood. He says, "Shit." It turns out, someone took our spark plug wires. Old cars like the Chevy wagon did not have internal hood releases, so you could just pop the hood from the outside. Dad slams the hood, says some very colorful words, and then kicks some rocks. We were stuck, and no one else was at the trailhead. We were stranded. My parents are calm under pressure, and after a few minutes of discussion, it was decided that Dad would start walking down the road until he could hitch a ride to town and then go to the auto parts store. Mom and the rest of us were going to have to wait in the car and look for someone to hopefully pull into the trail and then help us. A few hours go by and no one has come to the trailhead. It was getting hot and we are hungry and tired. My mom makes us lunch and we go to sit under a tree to cool off. Amber is by our side and was calm. But then we hear a voice. Amber leaps up and starts to whimper. The creepy guy from yesterday comes down the trail and is asking my mom if we need help. My mom tells him that we are fine, that it's being settled, and that my dad will come back soon. The creep then tells her that his camp is closed and he is parked on the old fire road that is near the lake and asks if we would like to come back to his camp and wait until my dad returns. Mom sternly tells him no, that we will just wait here and thank you anyway. He does not like this. He tells my mom that it's not safe out here for a pretty lady and 2 young girls. My mom, like my dad, is no pushover and asserts herself again that we do not need any help and to please just leave us alone. The guy just stands there, smiles wide, and then just turns around and leaves. My mom is visibly shaken, and us girls were just a bit scared. and my mom comes over to us and tells us that we need to stay close, to not wander, and that we will be okay. My friend and I are really kind of freaked out, and that we were just hoping that my dad will make it back soon. After about another 30 minutes, the creepy guy comes back. This time though, he is not alone and has a slightly younger guy with him. The other guy is dressed as a yuppie camper and had a very stern look on his face. My mother stands her ground as they approach. Amber starts to low growl and her hackles go up. The two guys flank us, and one of them flashes a gun tucked into his belt. The older guy tells us that we need to go with them, and that they were not asking. My mom backs up next to us, and without taking her eyes off them, reaches to her belt and pulls out her Bowie knife. My mom said that we will not be going, and that they need to leave now. The two men did not even flinch at this, and said that we will come with them, or they will hurt us. At this moment though, Amber goes from just growling to barking and puts herself between us and them. This makes the guy stop. My mom yells that they need to leave now, and they start backing up, and at that moment, we hear a truck pulling into the trailhead parking lot. At the side of the truck, the guys start to walk away fast and then disappear into the tree line. The truck was a forest ranger, and he had my dad with him. My dad jumped out of the truck and ran over to us, asking if we were okay. The ranger came over and asked who those men were and if we were okay. My mom explained everything while my dad hugged us girls and told us that we will be okay. The ranger then takes off to go looking for the men. My dad tells us that he was about 5 miles from the town when the ranger picked him up and then took him the rest of the way to get the part of the car. He then drove him back to our car. And after hearing what happened, my dad was pissed and wanted to find the guys who tried to kidnap us and that had been terrorizing us for the past 24 hours. The ranger came back and told us that he had almost caught up to them, but they sped away in their truck with a camper in tow. They had been parked behind a small ridge behind the lake on an old logging road. He did not get a plate, but he did radio a description of the men and their truck and camper to the local sheriff's office. He also took our information and said that he would pass it on to them. He waited with us until my dad had the car fixed, and we were able to leave. We just decided to not continue camping and instead drive a couple of hours to spend the last 2 days of the trip at a beach and stay in a hotel. A few days later, a deputy called my dad and told him that they never did find the men. He said that it was most likely a crime of opportunity after seeing a woman with 2 girls in tow. He was sure that they had been watching us from off the trail and had messed with our camp to judge how my dad would react. But my dad seemed to be too big of a threat. They sabotaged our car, hoping to put us in a position where we would be vulnerable. He said they would follow up with us if they find out anything else. But according to my dad, nothing ever came of it. Years later, I tried to do some research on crimes in the area of Oregon during the 80s that might have involved something like we experienced. But all I could find was a few reports of campers being robbed and a few cars broken into. There was one case of a young lady and her dog going missing from an area near there, but it was never determined what happened to her, or even if it was something bad, or if she just ran away. I can tell you that we did go back to that lake a few years later and had a very uneventful camping trip. It was nice to go back and find some joy in a spot that was so special to me. I really hope those creepy guys never hurt anyone, and maybe were caught for other crimes. But I will never know though. I just hope to never run into a situation like that again. I can say that having a dog along with us helped our situation. She was the hero and she kept us alert. Amber went on to live until she was 12 years old and passed with her favorite people around her. Remember to stay safe, stay watchful, and it never hurts to have a sweet, brave dog with you. This happened tonight, and I'm not sure how to process the whole situation. I was driving home from a friend's house, and I was taking the freeway, but I was driving carefully since it was raining pretty hard. Driving home was going to take at least 30 minutes, but it turned to almost an hour ride just because of the rain. I was about 10 minutes away when I noticed this gray Chrysler van acting off. We were at an intersection, about to turn left, but the light was red. I was behind him, and the thing is, at this intersection, there are 2 lanes that allow you to turn left. We were both on the second lane when all of a sudden, he awkwardly decided to slowly change lanes to the one beside me and almost ran the red light. I could tell that he hit his brakes pretty hard, and I thought that it was weird or that maybe that dude was drunk. When the light turned green, I proceeded with caution because he was giving me a weird feeling. I was about 6 minutes away from home at this point when all of a sudden, he turned on his emergency light on. I could see that he was pulling over to the shoulder, so I slowed down, and since we were driving on one lane, I proceeded with caution and then slowly passed him. Keep in mind, it was nighttime and raining a lot, so not a lot of cars were around us. And as soon as I passed him, I looked at my front view mirror and I saw that he turned off his emergency lights and then started to follow behind me. I really felt off about it. And while driving, I saw he was flashing his lights and thought that maybe my lights were off. But that's not possible because I could still see the light projecting from my car onto the road. At this point, I'm thinking that he is just messing with me. But that's when I noticed that he started to tailgate me. He almost hit me like 3 times, and then I started to panic. At this point, I knew that I had to get away from him. And for a second I thought that I was being dramatic, but every time that I would change lanes, he would change lanes too. I managed to speed off and take the exit off the freeway. I was less than a minute away now, but I didn't go home yet. I parked by a construction building near my house and then decided to wait a bit to see if he would follow me off the freeway. Thankfully he didn't, and I waited at least 5 minutes just to make sure. After that, I was able to go home safely. I told my boyfriend what had happened, and we double-checked that my car was okay. The lights were in fact working, and so did my taillights. There was nothing wrong with my car, and nothing for that dude to have any reason to flash his lights at me. I was really freaked from this whole situation. I'm not sure what I did to make him act the way he did, but I just hope that no one encounters that crazy man out in the streets. So this is my first post here. It's kinda long, but a scary experience from 15 years ago. By the way, I'm a 29-year-old female now. So anyway, I'm not from the US and I'm from a smaller country. And when I was 14, I got a missed call off a number that I didn't recognize one day. And being 14, I never called, I only texted. So I asked this number who it was. The reply I got was that they had called the wrong number by mistake. No big deal, except they started to try and text me every single day, little things like how are you and etc. I was naive and I played along when I was bored. I made up a fake name, and even sent him a fake photo of some random girl off the internet just because he bugged me so much and I didn't want him to know me because, stranger danger and all of that. But I did tell them that I was 14. He never called me again, and I had no intention in calling him, so we just texted here and there, and he told me that he was 17. He was very intense in terms of telling me how I was too nice for him and he was so lucky to text me. I was never the mushy type, and it always seemed like a cheesy film scene when he went on like this. But he was very persistent. I could get up to 100 messages a day, and I might reply to 20 of them. I have seen no reason to be worried, until one day I told my friend about this guy that I was texting, and then we decided to prank call him. And this guy answered, and he sounded at least like my father's age. We freaked out and I stopped texting him. He figured it out that it was me who called him because of my sudden ghosting, and he put 2 and 2 together. To this day, I don't know how. It's not like today where tracking is somewhat easier, especially since I gave this guy a fake name and my phone number wasn't attached to any of my social medias back then. I told him the part of the country I lived in, but not what town or any other details. He kept calling me, and of course I ignored him. But then one day in school, me and my friend who did the prank call on him, we got several messages. When she prank called him, we forgot to put her number in private. There were missed calls and text messages asking us where we were, did we like him, telling her to tell me to come meet him, and it was very intense. She obviously freaked out as much as I did, then even more so when he sent us both a picture of our school, and we lost it. There's 6 schools in our town, and how we got the right one, I will never know. We stayed after school to study in fear that he was outside. My math teacher was a family friend, and I waited for her to come around just to ask her for a ride home for us. We went to my house, turned on our phones to a crazy amount of messages, all saying that he would meet us one day and that he loved me. He told us that he traveled 4 hours and then couldn't understand why we didn't come out to say hi. I was petrified to tell my mother, so we decided to ditch our phone numbers and get new phone numbers and never utter a word of it again. For the next few weeks, I lived in a world of constant fear and anxiety. I couldn't walk alone, even though I knew it was probably impossible for him to know who I really was. But in the end, I told my mother, and then we went to the police because I knew that this guy had bad intentions. The phone number I had for him was a burner phone basically. I think that's what it's called in the US. It had no details attached to it, and it was impossible to really look into it any further. Nonetheless, we made a statement, and that was it. So yeah, the man pretending to be a 17-year-old boy who drove 4 hours to meet a 14-year-old girl. Let's never, ever meet. So I lived in a pretty nice area with my husband and some family friends. We lived there for a few years with nothing bad happening around us, and it felt like a very safe neighborhood. And now for context, I'm a very short white female and I am considered disabled, even though I look fine, but I could never really beat anyone up since my disability has limited my activity severely. Anyways, on to the story. This happened about a year before we moved. I had some stories pop up on Facebook of some traffickers that were targeting both women and children at a local store that we lived right behind. I was freaked out, so I made it a point to not go to the store without my husband. I still got the news articles about people being followed, grabbed, and kidnapped from the store, but I felt pretty safe as long as I didn't go anywhere without my husband. I was going to work one day, and I worked about 15 minutes away from my house. It was a call center kinda out in the middle of nowhere. There were fields every which way, and I worked the afternoon shift and was one of the last people to leave at night. I had to stop and get gas, and I was a little freaked out because I was scared to go anywhere without my husband. But I wasn't going to make it to work and back home, so I had no choice. I stopped at the station and was slightly relieved that it was super busy. I got out, I started pumping my gas, when this big van pulled up in the spot next to mine. A guy got out and started pumping his own gas as well. Then he walked around the pump and got in between my car and me. He smiled and said, "Wow, your car is so clean. How do you get it so clean?" I was flabbergasted at the question. My car was a mess. It was dirty with bugs and stuff on it. "Why don't you show me how you get it so clean?" He reached out to touch me, but I jerked back. Another car then pulled up behind me, and a guy got out. I think he freaked the other guy out because he walked back to his van. I quickly finished pumping my gas and I got into my car. I locked the doors, and I sped away. A few minutes later, I look out my window and the van is behind me. He was riding my bumper pretty much, and I could see the guy smiling and laughing with some other guy. I was pretty freaked out, but I figured that he was going to the freeway. We passed the freeway, but he kept following me. Now I was very freaked out. The only place on this road now is my work. I called my husband, but he didn't answer since he was also at work. I was freaking out, so I picked up speed and I continued going to work. I kept looking back and the van was still there, just a little farther back. I made it to work, and it was a large building with lots of cars in the parking lot. I parked right in front of the doors in a handicapped spot, and then I ran inside. I looked back through the locked doors, and I saw the guy stop in the front looking pissed. I ran up to my department, and I went right up to a friend who was an ex-military. He carried multiple guns on him at all times, and I cried as I told him what happened. I got to work, but I was still freaked out all day. We closed, and I was walking down to my car. I peeked out the windows and saw the white van. I couldn't see anyone in there, and I wasn't even sure if it was the same van. I ran back to my department, and I told my friend what was going on. He pulled out his gun and walked me outside. The van had moved now. It moved right behind my car. My friend walked me to his car. We then got in, and he drove me right up to my car. He then followed me all the way home and sat outside until I was inside the house. I could see the van following us, but once we got past the freeway, he turned onto it. The next afternoon on my way to work, I passed the same gas station as before, and the van pulled out. Again, they followed me to work, but they turned away once I got to the parking lot. This went on for about a week. They would follow me to work, leave, then be outside when I was leaving, and my friend would walk me out. My buddy told me that they were probably trying to learn my schedule so they could figure out a time to jump me. He insisted that I take one of his guns, just in case he wasn't there at work to walk me out. I didn't want it though, as I was afraid that if I had it, then I would get pulled over for something, and then get in trouble for having a gun not in my name and not having a permit for it. I was telling my husband that evening about how this van was still following me, and he suggested that I should call the cops and let them know. I honestly don't know why I didn't think of that. So the next morning when I was about to get ready for work, I called and I told them everything. And then I left for work. Just like clockwork, the van pulled out of the gas station and then started following me. We were on the long stretch of the road that nothing was on when I spotted a car parked off to the side of the road. I passed, and then the van passed, and then the lights on the car came on, and then the van was pulled over. I later found out that the men following me had several warrants of rape and attempted kidnapping. The back of the van had knives, rope, gloves, mask, chloroform, and some kind of other sketchy crap in it. The cops believed that I was going to be their next target. And when I got to my work, my friend wasn't there. He was sick. I am so glad that I called the cops that morning because I don't think I would have made it home if he wasn't there to walk me out. Anyways, that's my creepy story, and I hope you guys liked it. It's 100% true, and we have since moved out and lived in a not so nice area. But so far, I haven't noticed any creepy people around me. But I always carry pepper spray whenever I go out. I'm a 24-year-old female, and I'm not sure if I'm being irrational in my fear, so I thought that it would be best to post about it and see if others agree or not. I love going on walks by myself. I struggle with mental health issues, and my walks alone, especially on sunny days, have been one of the only things to help alleviate my spirals and such. About a week ago, I had gone on one of my walks like normal. I started it, and then I noticed a guy on a motorized bike passed by the street in front of me and had the thought of, that's the same guy that was hanging out at the gas station, the one who was eyeing me the last time that I went on a walk. But other than that, I was also like, I'm sure he's just going on a ride. Don't think too much about it. I walked down a few blocks just listening to my music and enjoying the sun when I saw him again 2 blocks down, crossing the street. But this time, he had stopped in the middle of the road, mid-crossing the street, and I saw him just looking in my direction. This set an alert off in my head, so I took my headphones off while continuing to walk so I could be a bit more aware of my surroundings. I decided to turn right on the block that I was on because I was not wanting to meet up with that guy. And as I got down towards the end of the block, I heard his bike again, so I turned out to see if he was in eyeshot. He was. He was at the church on the next block over, on the same street, parked, and he was looking in my direction again. I only looked for a couple of seconds because I was scared that if he saw me looking at him, he would think that I wanted to talk to him. The road I was on leads directly to an isolated road where there is a large field and not many houses there. That is the usual path I take on my walks, but I had a very strong gut feeling telling me not to go that way this time. So I had turned the corner onto the street that takes me directly back to my house. It felt almost as if he was waiting to see which direction I was going to take, because as soon as I turned, I heard his bike rev up again. I was starting to feel quite panicked, so I started to rapid-fire text my boyfriend, just as someone needs to know my location kind of thing. And as I got to the block in front of my house, ready to cross the street to head home, I saw him a block down to my right yet again, crossing the street, and he was looking around him as if he was searching. I quickly crossed the street before he saw me, and I ran inside my house. Am I being irrational in my fear? I will say that I have PTSD and deal with quite severe hypervigilance because of it, but the gut feeling was so intense. It was almost like a weird intuition thing. I haven't gone in a walk since it happened, and I keep pepper spray on me everywhere I go. But I am of small stature, and I feel as though that I don't have much strength to be able to fight off an attack, so I'm just spooked right now. But I thank you for listening to me ramble. My parents are divorced since 2 to 3 years now. They had a pretty good couple life till I was 13, and then big fights happened at least once a month. I never had a good relationship with my dad, mostly because we had different opinions and points of views, so it was a miracle if we said good morning to each other. When my parents got the divorce, my mom decided that she didn't want any contact with him anymore. So, he started to talk to me to try and get a new start, but it was all just an excuse to try and manipulate me to reach my mom, so I didn't want to speak to him again. Now, every time that I go out, I feel like he's spying on me. I really feel like someone is watching me all the time. One time, I was walking my dog, and he was just next to me, and he tried to scare me with his car, like he was acting like he was going to push me with it. And today, he was there on the same street as me, and I started to walk super fast so he couldn't follow me. But after that, I saw him in his car, going around my house. I'm so scared of him showing up at my work and trying to speak with me. He doesn't know where I work yet, but what if he follows me there? I don't know what to do, because I've been seeing him a lot now, and it's impossible that it's just a coincidence. I moved a lot growing up, and by the time freshman year of high school came around, I had moved 7 or so times, and I was about 1.5 years into my most recent move in this story. I had found a pretty close group of friends in middle school, and we all went to high school together. I met them through one of those close friends. They were in a band together, and even though he was almost 4 years older than us, we welcomed him into our group. Sam was easily twice my size, tall and heavy-set, and originally kind of intimidating. Although, I was never afraid of large men before him. Well, that's a lesson learned. I kinda had a bad home life, so I would spend as much time as I could at school, sometimes hanging around the school campus until 6 or 7 at night with this same friend group. The 3 of us lived in the same direction, and we would walk the half-hour trip together until our paths split. One slightly colder evening, Sam offered to walk me home since the others had gone home already. I just thought that he was being a gentleman. Then, he mentioned something from a previous move when he lived in California. He said that he didn't walk a friend home once, and something horrible happened. He then left it at that, and I let him walk me home. We got a lot closer after that. We bonded over both living in California and then exchanged numbers. He would message me late into the night about his depression and also his self-harm, and I just wanted to help him. A few months later, he tried asking me out. It was this big romantic gesture. He learned a Disney song on the ukulele and then sang it to me in the cafeteria. But I was already dating someone, and when I turned him down, he got angry. A freaky, quiet, twitchy kind of angry, and I felt so bad. I then started seeing him everywhere. We were still friends. We still hang out in groups, but I would pass him on the street walking somewhere, and a few minutes later, I would see that he changed directions and then had started to follow me. He would walk me to classes by following me in passing period at a distance. I started to minimize the group time that we spent together, and he would follow me more. I had friends meet me at each class and walk me to my next one because I didn't feel safe, and he knew where I lived. Then, he started to talk, not to me, but to my mutual friends about that one girl in California who he tried to walk home. At first, he just shared my name, some crazy coincidence. Then, she had the same brown curly hair and blue eyes. And every time he rambled about her, she became more and more like me. And then he said what happened. Over literal weeks, this fantasy evolved. They were walking home, and they were jumped by some guy with a knife. It was a robbery gone wrong on her birthday, January 24th, which was coincidentally also my birthday. And then she died horribly, and he couldn't react in time. She bled out in his arms. Sarah, who has brown curly hair and blue eyes, my name, my birthday, and sounds just like me, bled out in his arms. Each retelling added more and more detail, and this guy with a sick fantasy about my death would follow me around and knew where I lived. My boyfriend was abusive, mentally and physically, but I stayed as close to him as I could whenever I could, because if the worst happened, I know for sure that he could throw a punch. I never felt safe at our school or in our little town walking home from school. One day at school, he had a breakdown. He freaked out and ran out of the school in a panic. I was sent after him, and I found him curled up on the floor. I got closer. I knew about his anxiety and depression, and my safety aside, I wanted to make sure he was okay. It was then that he told me this horrifying story that I had been hearing from my mutual friends, with added details. We had been walking home from a concert in California. We passed a dark alley and a homeless man came out with a rusty knife and then asked for anything valuable. I fumbled for my phone. I didn't have anything else on me, and he thought that I was calling the cops. And then he stabbed me. Once, twice, again and again. And Sam just stood there horrified. He then told me that he saw red and grabbed a broken glass bottle near my body and attacked the homeless man. He killed him with his own knife. He told me he killed someone. My stalker killed someone. It didn't matter how messed up he was anymore. I didn't care if it was a fantasy or real. I didn't care how it would affect his mental health anymore. I wanted to go to the police. I was scared for my life. My friends convinced me to go to the school counselor first. And the morning we went and told them everything. The stalking, the stories, how he admitted to murder, and that he was the reason why they moved from California. How I was afraid for my life and I wanted to call the police. The counselor didn't take us seriously. She went to the principal. And the principal, which is not a mental health expert, called Sam in to talk about the accusations. The principal then informed me that he did not think that Sam had any kind of mental illness or that I was in any danger, and then that was that. I lost faith in adults, and I gave up on going to the police. I stayed with my friend walking me in between classes and hiding behind my abusive boyfriend. I was looking behind me every single step of my walk home that year. The counselors ended up gaslighting us to the point where this all feels like a fever dream now, and that I would think that it's made up if it weren't for my journal entries recording the events of my growing panic and the similar stories from my friend group. So, Sam, let's not meet again. Honestly, my story is not too bad, though I would still rather never meet this person again. I was stalked, but not because they were into me, but because they were into my best friend, Emma. Emma is gorgeous, like to the obscene level, and has always had guys and girls fawning over her. And she had a friend named Mike, and Mike is who this story is about. I met Mike through Emma, and it was clear immediately that Mike was obsessed with her. She was actually into him too for a bit, but she wanted something not serious. Mike came on hard and heavy, so Emma distanced herself from him. And she distanced herself even more after he made some shocking comments about his opinion on sexual assaults mostly being fake. When Emma and I graduated high school, we had planned to move into together, but due to a family situation, she only stayed at our place about 2 days a week and never on a set schedule. She also could not keep a job to save her life. Her family life was chaotic, and it made it where she would have to leave at a moment's notice. Emma also had several places that she crashed at, either family, friends, my family, and it depended on her situation and any odd jobs that she was working. She did a lot of odd jobs, babysitting, yard work, elder care, catering, and etc. Nowhere stable, and often she wouldn't even know what she was doing until that day. After Emma distanced herself from Mike, I started to realize that he was at my work often, like 3 or so times a week. It would not have been too weird, except my work was a department store for women and children. No men's clothes at all in the store. At first, Mike would just come in, do a lap, and then leave. It was really weird, but I honestly just thought that he was walking the mall. Lots of people do that, as my town has practically no entertainment. But then, Mike started hanging out in my store and talking to me while I worked, always talking about Emma. How is Emma? Why is she avoiding him? Those kind of questions. I was evasive, going one-word answers, trying to tell him that I needed to work. My manager even scolded me for having friends hanging while working. And when I explained that I did not want him there and that he wanted to know about my friend, my manager asked if I wanted him to talk to Mike. I said yes, feeling relieved. And after that, Mike went back to doing a lap and leaving until my manager eventually stationed a big loss prevention guy at my register as a deterrent. And it worked. No more Mike at work. I had won. Except, I had not counted on Mike being extra creepy. He started showing up at my house instead. A couple of points. Mike did not have a car. I lived in a different town than Mike. My family and my job is about a 20-minute ride by car away. No public transportation in my town or in his. And Uber did not exist in this area then either. And Mike didn't have a job as far as I knew. Mike knew where I lived because when I first moved in, we had a housewarming party and accidentally made the Facebook invite public. Mike started coming over at random times, sometimes early in the morning, sometimes in the evening, always asking to speak to Emma. And I always told him Emma wasn't there, even if she was. For her safety, I advised her not to come to the house anymore, and to tell Mike that she wasn't interested, which she did, bluntly no more distancing and blocked him. And this time, I moved in a new roommate, a coworker who, while also female, had a gun and a big boyfriend. Mike started coming by less frequently, and any time he did, I would tell him that he wasn't welcome. Now, I know I should have called the cops, but there were two things preventing me. One, I was from a not-so-grand family who avoided cops for the most part. And two, my new roommate was a criminal law major, and she was already concerned about how that would appear for her career. Not great reasons, but for a 19 to 20-year-old, it was enough reasons for me not to mention it. Eventually, I stopped seeing Mike, but I would still occasionally spot him in places where I was in. The mall, my town's grocery store, and my dog's favorite park. I stopped posting on Facebook around this time, because even though Mike was blocked, he was clearly still able to see my posts. I also got the creeping suspicion that he was coming by my house sometimes. My stuff on my porch would be moved, and at night my motion sensor lights would go off, and I kept finding Mike's cigarette butts. At least, it was the same kind that he smoked. My roommate had been there for about 4 months, when one night, she had her boyfriend over when someone started pounding on the door. When her boyfriend answered, he saw someone who looked like Mike running away. The next day, my roommate and her boyfriend went out of town for a concert. She gave me her gun, even though I felt safe because she had gotten a dog that she was training as a guard dog. I started watching a cooking show in the living room, and at some point I fell asleep. And in the middle of the night, I woke up to my dog and the guard dog losing their minds, barking like mad at the window. And there was a tall figure that bolted as soon as I sat up. I grabbed the gun, I opened the door, and I yelled, "I know that's you, and I have a gun, and I'm calling the cops." Which I didn't do. I just locked me and the dogs in the bathroom, and then I called my dad, who luckily was not angry about being woken up in the middle of the night. He drove over and advised calling the cops and filing a restraining order. We called the cops, but they said that since nothing was broken and there was no evidence, there was nothing to be done about it. Luckily after this, I heard through the grapevine that about a week after the incident with the dogs, Mike's family sent him to live with a relative in a different state. He did come back a couple of years ago, but he was wise enough to only contact me once. When I got to tell him that Emma was not only happily married, but not at all interested in talking to him. I reminded him that I was willing to call the cops if he ever came near either of us again. And he never did, and I don't see him anymore. Though, he did try to befriend my husband on Facebook, and all it took was another block for him to go away. So, it's been about 5 years since I last saw you. Mike, let's not meet. I'm a female, and this happened to me when I was 19. I fled the nest when I went to university, and I wasn't very streetwise. I lived in a nice area of a city, which unfortunately backed onto a very rough area. You could cut through the rough area as a shortcut, but my friends and neighbors always warned me of walking through this area even in the day. It did also have a terrible reputation in general. The last conversation with my neighbor should have made an impact on my way of thinking. She said, "You should be careful walking through there. You can buy guns and knives from the tower blocks, and every year, a girl has gone missing while walking through." I just brushed this off with that immature attitude of, I know best and it won't happen to me. So, to set the scene, I used to go out partying and clubbing a lot while I was at university. One Christmas, I met my friends in the city and I got very merry, and after, I staggered out of the last club at 3 a.m. and I decided to walk home. My friends begged me to get a taxi, but as a tight student, I said that I would just walk it. They said their goodnights, and then told me to let them know when I got in. I remember it being very cold. There was some ice and snow about, which was hard to navigate in my skate trainers. And then I got to the rough area to take my shortcut. It would shave around 10 minutes off my time. I started to walk down the road past the tower blocks when this white transit van slowly drives up behind me. I turned around and they slowed down, and as soon as I turned back, they started to creep up to me faster than before. When they were level to me, I turned and looked at them. There were 3 middle-aged men staring at me. They started shuffling and looked like they were getting ready for something. Initially, I just assumed that they were lost or that they lived in the area. But all of a sudden, they ripped the van around in the road, doing a U-turn up towards me. I've never run so fast in my life, and I don't know how I did it. I didn't slip, I didn't fall, and I managed to get away safely. And when I got into my house, I locked the doors and I hid in my bedroom. I messaged my friends to say that I got in okay, but I didn't mention the night's events until the following morning. I spoke to my neighbor again, the one who warned me about the area, and she said that she wasn't surprised. The girls that went missing disappeared in the early hours of the morning, presumably after being at a party or clubbing. I learned my lesson that day, and I never walked down there on my own again. I also became a lot more street savvy, and I listened more. I had a few let's not meet moments when I was a student, which I might add at a later date. This happened to me in my junior year of high school, and I had almost forgotten about it until my dad brought it up a couple of days ago, and I figured that I would share. So, I live really close to a shopping center, like 3 minutes away, and before school, maybe once or twice a week, I would stop by to grab donuts or orange juice. I go to the store a lot, so I recognize a decent amount of the employees there. One day before school, I decided to stop by and grab donuts. The layout of the entrance is important. As you walk up to the doors, there's a huge set of shopping carts that an employee is normally working at by collecting carts from the parking lot. And as you're walking away from the entrance and out of the store, if you turn left, you go into the main large parking lot. You can walk straight instead to the side of the building where there are around 20 parking spots. And there's an exit on the side of the building that's closer to my house and less crowded than the main road. And I drive a truck, so I used to park on that side. It's very well lit, it has cameras, and it's next to the store and etc. So I've never felt like isolated. Anyway, I park on the side like normal, and I walked into the store. And as I passed the grocery carts in the front of the doors, there's an employee there who I don't recognize. He says good morning to me. I say it back, nothing weird, right? I go into the store and get my donuts, I pay, and then I walk out. And I see the guy again and he's just staring at me. Okay, that's kinda weird, but I just kept walking to my car. I get to the driver's side of my car, I open it, and then I hop in. I set my food down on the passenger side, and then I turn to reach out and close the driver's door. And as I put my hand out, another hand stops the door from shutting, and the employee from earlier steps in between my door and I. Alarms were going off in my head. He asked what my name was, and I, stupidly, gave him my real name because I was panicking. My name is super common, such as Sarah, and not my real name but is equally common. He asked for my phone number, and I said no. I told him that I had to get to school and that I'm running late. but he wouldn't take no for an answer and he would not move. I gave him a fake number and he finally backs out of my door. I shut it immediately and then I take off. I go to the parking lot of my school and I called my dad to tell him what happened and what the guy looked like, and he went down and reported it for me. I thought that this was the end, but it got weirder. A couple days passed and I get a direct message on Instagram from this guy. No way he knows my last name. He just knows my first name, which is again super common. I got this DM during my history class in which we sat in groups of 4. I tell the people at my table what happened without bringing up what he looks like or his name. A girl at my table, also named Sarah, pulls his Instagram page up and asks if it's him. It was, and I asked how she knew. Apparently, he had DM'd her as well, and another girl in our class also named Sarah. I had 1 or 2 other friends with the same name, so I asked them if they got a direct message from this guy too, and sure enough, they did. One of the girls with my name works at the store with him and said that he was insanely creepy around her all the time, like following her to the break room anytime that she would go in. He would find excuses to be around her. He would switch shifts to work at the same time, asking her out every other shift. She tells us that he was 21 at that time, in which we were all 16 or 17, making it even creepier that he's going for all these high school girls with the same name. During lunch, I stayed in my history teacher's room with a couple of the girls who got messages as well, and we explained to him what was going on. And then he says to go to campus security and tell them, just to make sure that he isn't around the school. The girl who works with him went to report it, and that was that. My dad said the manager said that she would take care of it when he reported it, and the girl who worked with him said that she talked to her manager as well, and the guy ended up getting fired, and a police report was made. But nothing could really be done since he hadn't done anything. I had no clue how he found my Instagram, but our guess is that he was just messaging a bunch of Sarahs who all happened to be underage. So, creepy guy at the grocery store, let's not meet. The college I attended was in a very tiny town in eastern Washington. So eastern, in fact, it was only about 10 minutes from the Idaho border. But that's not really important here. There was not much to do in Pullman other than drink and go to parties, and I had never really been much of a party goer myself, so I was one of the few not spending every single weekend just getting hammered. One of those weekends, I had spent pretty much the whole day in my dorm room, and I was antsy for some social interaction. I hadn't done much that day other than study, and I wanted to at least get out of my dorm. So I texted my best friend at that time, and we decided that we would go to the football stadium to look at the stars. The football stadium at that time remained open 24/7, and at the time we left, it was around 12 a.m., so the stadium lights had shut off, and we had a beautiful view of the stars. We walked to the stadium in great spirits and had a wonderful night talking and laughing. On the way back, everything changed. By the time we were leaving back to our dorm rooms, it was a little after 2 in the morning. We were walking down the main road when we see a Jeep approaching, and nothing too unusual. However, the lights were off, so my best friend, not knowing how to stay sexy and don't get murdered, or SSDGM, used her hands to make a flashing signal at them, telling them that their lights were off. And as soon as she did this, they got only a short distance past us when we heard them slam on their brakes and then turn around, driving up the wrong lane of traffic to come back. We were right by a sky bridge at that time that this happened, which had stairs leading up to the bridge. We ducked behind the stairs, but the Jeep was driving back and forth looking for us. We ended up having to play a sick game of duck and hide on the stairs until the Jeep finally parked. And when they did, we had gotten to the top of the stairs and laid ourselves flat on the sky bridge, hiding in the shadows. We had a clear view of them, and as soon as we were flat on the ground, we see 5 men get out of the Jeep, and not just that, but they each had a baseball bat. These men were checking the bushes in the surrounding areas, again, looking for us. I called the police and quietly explained the situation, and after about 10 minutes of the men searching, whistling, and swinging their bats around, they finally left. And not long after, the police showed up, but there wasn't much that they could do but offer us a ride home in their cruiser. I have no idea what those men's intentions were, but I'm so glad that I never found out. So, to the creepy 5 men on the Stadium Way, let's never meet again. Hi there. I've lurked for a long time, and I've decided that it's time to share my own story from about 4 years ago. I was around 15, and when I wasn't too busy with schoolwork, I worked at a news agency, mainly selling lottery tickets and newspapers. And while I had my fair share of creeps, stalkers, and loonies, this one for me has to be the scariest. Among my regular customers was an older woman, perhaps in her late 40s or early 50s, although she definitely appeared older than she was. She had scraggly hair that was bleach blonde and wore extremely bright, gaudy makeup. No one knew much about her, but she was often seen around different shady men, and from the way she acted and spoke, it was understood that she was most likely on drugs. She spoke to me and my co-workers of angels and heavens and fairies and demons. But I simply brushed it off as an older lady going through a midlife crisis, dabbling in some sort of new age spirituality. From the very first shift that I served this woman, when I was around 13 or 14, she was mesmerized by me. From the moment she saw me, she was enthusiastically running up to co-workers and even other customers, telling them that I was an angel. And from that shift onwards, every time she saw me, she wouldn't stop talking about how beautiful I was, that I was pure and innocent, and that I was an angel. Accordingly, she said that I should return to the angels. I didn't see it as anything sinister, even though I got extremely uncomfortable vibes from her. I was extremely friendly to customers, and I've always been a naturally talkative, bubbly person. In addition, I was still young, naive, and eager to please my boss with my customer service, even though I thought that this lady was kind of weird. I would often just smile politely as she raved on about whatever fantastical thing she thought up. Over time, she became fixated with me. She slowly began to learn my shifts, and if I was away or my roster changed, she would ask co-workers where I was, and whenever I was at work, she would appear. I told my boss this, and how her obsession with me was starting to make me uncomfortable. He told me that I should put up with it because of the extra income it gave him. Because of her fixation with me, this lady would spend hundreds of dollars at a time on lottery multiple times a week. And once again, I was young and didn't have too much of a backbone, so even though I felt uncomfortable, I just accepted that this situation couldn't be changed. I needed the money, and not many places in my town were hiring, let alone interested in taking on a high school student. One day, as I was going to the spot that I would meet my parents, they usually pick me up at a nearby road. This lady appeared seemingly from thin air. I was so startled that I didn't even notice when she grabbed my arm and asked, "Would you like to return to the other angels? They're missing you, darling." I was freaked out, but her words didn't mean much to me, and I simply saw it as a strange woman with wacky spiritual beliefs. Luckily that day, an older coworker walked by, saw this, swiftly yanked me away, and stayed there until my dad arrived. I wish I could say that this was the last time that I saw that customer, but it wasn't. Even though I didn't see her waiting for me again, I often felt uncomfortable arriving at work, leaving, and at work itself, as though someone was watching me. This lady kept coming in and kept spending hundreds of dollars from God knows where. However, unlike when I first started, she didn't come in with a different man each time. She came alone or with one particular man who I hadn't seen before. I always felt extremely uncomfortable around him, but I couldn't quite put my finger on why. The lady's ravings got even crazier than ever, and in addition to her usual talk about angels, she started to try getting me to follow her to places by claiming that the government had tried to poison me just then, and she saw them slip cyanide into my food, or that they infected my toothpaste with something that would kill me, so I had to follow her now. I never did. One time, when I was busy serving other customers, I noticed her in the corner of my eye, lingering around my drink bottle with something that I couldn't see clutched in her hand. Needless to say, I moved my drink bottle very quickly, and I was extremely unnerved, more so than ever. I told my boss everything, but he continued to say virtually that I would lose my job if I didn't just put up with it, as she brought in a lot of money. This all came to a climax one day at the end of my shift. I just learned how to cash up the registers and close the shop, which was an exciting responsibility for me and made me feel very accomplished. To close up, I would have to lock the roller doors at the front and exit through the back door, which led to a pretty shady concrete area that never had anyone around. It was like a huge concrete jungle with heaps of twists and turns and tall concrete walls. It was always completely silent and empty, and I'd never seen another person in that area outside the back door. As I exited work and locked the door, I felt incredibly uneasy, and I thought that I could hear breathing behind me. However, seeing no one when I turned around, I told myself that it was just paranoia. As I checked my phone to see if my dad had left yet to pick me up, I felt a hand grasp my shoulder, tight. My whole body froze. Before I even looked, I knew who it was. Sure enough, when I turned around, this customer was standing there with a huge grin and her eyes sparkling. She engulfed me in a hug, which I wriggled free from. I could tell something was very wrong, so I tried to run, but she grabbed my arm. She was stronger than she looked. She tried to distract me and start up random conversations, sprinkling in comments about how the angels were so excited to be reunited with me. I had no idea what she was trying to do, until I heard something pull up around the corner. A white van, all its windows blacked out, and it slowly crept across the gravelly road towards us. And I'll never forget the way that lady's face looked like when she said, "Let's go. The angels have been waiting. You'll be with them again soon." To this day, I have no idea how, but I gained some type of superhuman fight-or-flight strength, and I tugged my arm free just as the van was slowing down beside me, and then I ran. The lady followed, but thankfully her physical strength didn't extend to running. Thankfully, I knew the twists and the turns of this area quite well now, so I sprinted through this concrete labyrinth until I reached a pillar that I knew of to duck behind. I didn't move. I had a metal keychain which made a lot of noise, so I clutched that in one hand, and I held myself up with my other hand, ready to launch from the ground and run as soon as I could. I could hear the woman and someone else, a man. I didn't know who, but he sounded like the man that I'd seen with her recently. They were running around, checking crevices and corners, searching for me. And after about 15 minutes, they gave up, and I heard the van roll away. After a final check using the van, they didn't know that I could see them, but I saw them pretend to leave, then turn it off, and then wait. I think they thought that I would emerge from hiding, but as I could see what their trap was, I continued to stay still. After what felt like forever, they eventually left. Not knowing if this was another trap set up to coax me out of my hiding, I cautiously peered around my corner. Unsure if they were gone, and knowing that I wasn't safe if I stayed or left, I ran. Thankfully, my dad was parked where we'd agreed to meet, and I raced to his car. I got scolded for getting to the car late, and then we went home. I took an extended leave after that, and when I eventually did go back to work, the lady was gone, and I never saw her again. So, to the lady who wants to return me to the angels, let's not meet.
Hello everyone, it's your creepy sister here. Thank you so much for watching the video. I really appreciate each and every one of you. But I would also like to thank my amazing patrons, my top tippers, and my dearest channel members. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate it with all of my heart. If you want to support the channel further, you could also choose to become a patron, a tipper, or a channel member. But remember, it's appreciated, but never a requirement. I would also like to announce that we have merch now. The link is in the description of the video, along with all my other social media links, like my Discord server, Twitter, Instagram, and others. You can connect with me and send your stories there. And don't forget to like and subscribe if you haven't yet, and comments are highly appreciated. And remember, your fear feeds me.